Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on in to a Wednesday night hump day edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts or your questions or your predictions on the show or any of the topics that we dive into at 310-840-4910. Brad, this story here on the Dodgers owner Mark Walter is picking up steam at an incredibly alarming rate. We wanted to get some more details before we approached it and gave our thoughts on it. And as always, there are things that are in the process of happening, and a lot of what we are referencing is done by reporting from some of the top publications in the country, both sports publications and legal publications as well. So a lot of this is from The Athletic, from Yahoo Sports, from professors that are legal law experts. So here's a quick recap of what has transpired. Before we get to that, Brad, how the hell you doing on this Wednesday? Brother, I know your Cubbies got shut out, but still 2 out of 3 with a couple of walk-off wins against the White Sox. Not a bad start to the week.
I will take it all diggity day long, but yes, let's dig in on the high drama that is certainly impacting one of the storied franchises in Major League Baseball. So continue, my friend.
Yeah, so again, here's a quick recap of what has transpired. We will give you like the 90-second synopsis. Mark Walter is the controlling owner and chairman of the Dodgers. He's now the former owner of the Lakers for only 14 months. He's also the co-owner of WNBA's LA Sparks, owner of Premier League's Chelsea, France's RC Strasbourg. He's involved in ownership in motorsports, professional women's hockey, and others. The majority of his massive multi-billion-dollar wealth comes from him being the CEO of Guggenheim Partners. He's a private global financial services firm, more than $350 billion in assets. And he's also the CEO and co-chairman of TWG Global. So Mark Walter's sale of the Lakers last week, just a year after becoming the majority owner, that raised a lot of eyebrows, including to us. We were like, I just flipped the Lakers for $2.5 billion. I guess maybe saw an opportunity, but no, that brought to light the financial investigation that he's under by both the Southern District of New York and the SEC for fraud and improper loan payments. And it's become painfully clear he's trying to free up billions of dollars worth of capital. Reports and findings reveal one of his companies cut over $6 billion in investments. There's reports he's looking to sell his ownership in Chelsea. And even more stunningly, it's being reported that he is trying to sell the local TV deals for the Dodgers and the Lakers, which is Spectrum Sportsnet, in order to get a lump sum of cash from Charter Communications. And here is a legal economist and professor at University of Texas School at Law, Andrew Granado. He told The Athletic in the article they did, quote, Mark Walter right now is making huge transactions at speeds that are incredibly dramatic. One final note to add, for those wondering why Mark Walter could be in financial or legal trouble, there was a great tweet from an account called Econompic, and they kind of summarize what's going on as it pertains to the TV deal. And here's what they wrote. Quote, the Dodgers get a sweetheart deal on their TV rights from a media company their owners co-own, financed by insurance companies those same owners control. And because ownership sits on both sides as borrower and lender, the setup functions as a closed loop. And if you basically report that to, the IRS and the people that the government, the U.S. government, that's unaffiliated and not your own controlling interest that you operate on both sides on, you can get yourself in some trouble. So it's not crazy, Brad, to think that maybe Mark Walter could perhaps soon sell the Dodgers or be forced to sell the Dodgers, which would obviously trigger a massive shakeup in Major League Baseball, and especially as it pertains to Shohei Ohtani. Because, Brad, Shohei's got a unique clause in his contract allowing him to opt out if Walter leaves or sells the club. So we got quite the dilemma on our hands for one of the richest owners in all of sports and one of the richest and most dynastic teams in all of sports right now in the LA Dodgers.
Yeah, we certainly do. And folks, follow the breadcrumbs. Of course, we're going to keep you up to date as soon as we learn more of the facts that do come out. But this could be a major, a massive, a colossal story if it does reach its climax. And, we're getting closer and closer to the zenith of this entire, ordeal involving the LA Dodgers. So if you think about it, Shohei Ohtani is owed like what, $660 million, if I saw that correctly, with the deferred payments. And a number of players are owed tens of millions of dollars on top of them. Mookie Betts is one, Freddie Freeman being the other. I think Freddie Freeman's around 55, 57 million. Mookie Betts around 115 million. That was all the rage. Oh, we'll just defer payments. We'll kind of cook the books. We'll be able to build this all-star roster as a result, and we're going to win championship after championship after championship. The money's going to be good. There's no worry at all here, folks. And now we're starting to get more and more of the information coming out. Of course, the sale of the Lakers, that prompted a lot of questions because, that purchase only made a couple of years ago, spun that off for a quick $2 billion. I wonder why he did that. Well, and they may be leaning into the information that you and I are laying out right here. So, Shohei were to opt out, enter the market, like who could afford him? Who would be willing to back up the truck and pony up the cash? Certainly, the economics of baseball could change dramatically, and that's the other side of this story on a related note. That you and I will have to address, and we don't have all the answers to, because you and I both believe there is going to be a significant lockout next year. If there's even a baseball season, will there be the big C word compromise between the players union and the owners on a true salary floor and a salary cap to go, I don't know, Jim, I don't know. Tony Romo, I don't have no idea if that is going to happen. But this just adds a whole nother curveball, appropriate baseball reference, to the entire situation, specifically involving one of the most iconic, one of the most storied franchises in all of professional sports in the entire damn world, and that being the LA Dodgers.
310-840-4910. So we want to hear from you on the cusp of a potential lockout with a three-peat on the line. Could this be the final year of the Dodgers dynasty? And also, as a side note, as a side question or a part two for you, if worst case scenario comes to fruition, do you think Shohei Ohtani would leave the Dodgers, Brad? I mean, I can't imagine a guy that agreed to take a massive deferral of payments, $68 million per year that he's leaving on the table for 10 years from now. The legal ramifications of that, how Shohei would end up being compensated if the guy that promised him to pay him that money then has to be forced to sell the team, or even worse, gets thrown into prison for legal troubles for tax fraud. What the hell could happen? Would Shohei Ohtani be soured by all this and say, let's screw it, man, I'm out. I already got you guys 2 World Series. Maybe they win a third this year. I'm out. I'll go to a team that I know is going to pay me my money up front rather than this trust agreement that we had put in. And it also begs the question, did Mark Walter maybe foresee this kind of stuff happening? Why were the Dodgers giving out these deferred contracts, right? We all looked at it like, oh, this is a team that just wants to win worse than anybody. They want to win, more than anybody else. That's why they give out these deferred contracts. Maybe not. Maybe it's again, Mark Walter kind of saw what was maybe laying down the road there. Again, for all the Bernie Madoffs that exist out there in the world, I feel like a lot of these people know it's only a matter of time before Johnny Law comes a knocking. So again, these are all These are all reported things that are going on here. But, again, I think as it pertains, how can we spin this in a sports angle? Well, the greatest player on the planet and one of the greatest players to ever play the game, could this potentially force his exit out of Los Angeles, out of the LA Dodgers? 310-840-4910. And Brad, I wonder how this would affect this potential lockout that we face next year, right? Because we know that the richer teams well, at least in terms of economic theory, the richer teams would want the salary cap, right? Steve Cohen doesn't want to have to spend $325 million if he doesn't have to. And we know the teams that don't spend a lot of money, they don't want the salary floor because they don't want to have to then, like the Rays or the Pirates, with the teams that that haven't been spending money, spending less than $100 million on their teams. Now, all of a sudden, they've got to pony up. They've got to dish out an extra $25-50 million for their payrolls. If the Dodgers might have a big question mark in terms of their ownership, how would this affect their seat at the table in terms of the compromising that goes on, the conversations between the owners and the players? What would that seat, who would even vacate or even fill that seat right now at the table where these conversations are going to happen this winter? If something happens to Mark Walter over the next 4-5 months, that's definitely a big question that needs to be answered here in the coming months.
Yeah, there is. It's an enormous question, a giant question, and one that's going to have ripple effects. They're going to really stretch far and wide. I mean, the LA Dodgers have a payroll approximately, $350 million, I believe, this season. So, if somebody were to come in and let's say Walters is forced to sell the team, to pay his debts and maybe skirts the law, who knows? They were going to leave that up to the courts and the legal system and their determination. But this is a multi-billion-dollar franchise. Of course, there's a number of billionaires currently in the world, in the United States, that would certainly have interest in investing in, again, one of the most iconic brands in all of professional sports. Whether you're talking about the NFL, whether you're talking about the NBA, the NHL, and of course, this being Major League Baseball, the Dodgers are certainly in that conversation. They certainly have a seat at that table. My guess is, somebody's going to come in and be like, hey, we're going to pay you X billion for the franchise. And, as a part of that, we got to pay off the debts on the books as well. So, however many millions or billions or approximately dollars that would be owed in players' salary. Again, Shohei is owed $660 million in deferments alone, and Mookie Betts $115 million in deferments. I mean, that's a lot of heavy coin right there. But there is somebody that would have to come in, agree to it. You might say, why would somebody do that? Well, there's some people that think billions are just chump change, right? And they're like, yeah, we're going to do this for sheer entertainment. Or maybe they're going to come up with a plan where they're going to be able to make their money back and then some over a course of like 5 to 10 years. In the grand scheme of things, a shrewd business person would come in and make that claim and then put it in action. So, I think Shohei will eventually get his money. But obviously, this would burn a bridge potentially with the franchise if they don't pay him on time. So he would then opt out and go somewhere else. Now, the question I ask you, Pat, is where the hell would Shohei go if that were hypothetically were to come to pass, were to come to fruition? There's only, really a couple of franchises immediately come to mind that'd be willing to pony up the cash to acquire his services. He's got to be in a major market, right? So you're looking at New York, I guess maybe go back to the Angels, staying with LA, maybe go up the left coast, maybe San Francisco, Seattle, possibility, though that may be a stretch. My Chicago Cubs, I know he would love to play with, say, a Suzuki, have that Japanese connection. But the Ricketts, they can be penny pinchers at times, although they spend a little money this offseason. Would they be willing to shell out an incredible amount of cash to get Shohei Ohtani? Or Pat, try to keep your pants on. What about your New York Yankees? Would they explore the possibility of bringing Shohei from the left coast to the right coast? So many scenarios to play out. You and I can do gymnastics, high trapeze in our head. There's no real answer, but it's certainly fun to think about.
Oh, it certainly is fun to think about. 310-840-4910. So we ask you, the listener, as well. I'll give you my answer in just a second here, Brad. We want to hear from you, the listener, the viewer. Call in, text in, 310-840-4910. Just run with us a little bit here. Think of a future where maybe Shohei Ohtani does opt out if Dodgers current owner Mark Walter either sells the team or is forced to sell the team. Where could you see Shohei Ohtani playing next if it's not in the Dodger blue? You mentioned a team called the New York Yankees, 27-time World Series champions. He'd look good in pinstripes. He really would look good in pinstripes. I know that for sure. And that Giancarlo Stanton contract is coming off the books in a couple of years. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Come to Yankee Stadium, Shohei. Got a short porch in right field for you. Got an equally short porch in left field because we know we can go oppo. Oh man, no. Look, honestly, if I had to pick one team, I think Shohei really does care about the proximity. And again, I mean, what kind of proximity is it when you're halfway across the world? But as close to his native homeland of Japan as he possibly could be, I feel like he would stay on the West Coast. I feel like he would just go a couple hours south. How about new ownership for the San Diego Padres? Jose Feliciano and his wife, Kwanzaa Jones, they just got unanimously approved on Monday as the new team owners. You want to make a splash in the next 12 to 24 months if this, again, does come to fruition? Bring Ohtani to San Diego. And again, they got some big contracts coming off the books in the coming years. Xander Bogaerts, the biggest and the ugliest. Maybe Ohtani goes to the Padres. That would be my most realistic prediction of where he would go if he does leave the Dodgers. 310-840-4910. But maybe he does want to play with some fellow Japanese players and Seiya Suzuki, Shota Imanaga. It's not a bad little duo to join on the Chicago Cubs.
Pat, I'm going to throw out one more team. I'm going to throw out one other team. What about Vegas? They just built this massive, beautiful new stadium. It's not yet complete, but it's in progress. I'm going to be there, as a matter of fact, tomorrow. I think I'm going to stop by the stadium there on the Strip and check it out and see how much progress they've really made. Maybe I'll snap a couple of photos. You can check it out at Noisy Huevos on the X or the Twitter, if indeed I do that, or check me out on Instagram at Team Huevos. But that could be the cannonball splash that franchise needs. And then they go out and spend an exorbitant amount of cash to bring in the superstar power. You know, he could go take the stage with Bruno Mars right down the street. You know, he could play with some of the other hot artists that come in to Sin City on a day in and weekend and yearly basis. What about the Las Vegas A's possibly being a location, a destination for Shohei Ohtani? I don't know. I just thought of it. I know it's generally a cash-strapped franchise, and we're about to enter a brand new era. Oh my goodness, he would shine brightly there on the Strip.
He would, and that is the last thing that gutless John Fisher would ever deserve, is to get the services of Shohei Ohtani. But yeah, I mean, let's not forget the gambling probe into Shohei Ohtani, which then resulted in his interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara. How long is Ippei Mizuhara going to prison for? How long is he in jail for?
Water under the bridge.
I'm just saying, whenever he gets out of jail, maybe he can link back up with Shohei, and then he could just do it legally in any casino of his choice in Las Vegas. Just make sure that Shohei, changes all the, the pins to his cards and his ATM cards.
Double down!
Listen.
Double down!
Put it all on red, Ippei. You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, again, could this be the final year of the Dodgers dynasty, as we've tried to sort out and give you, as simply as we could, the details, the messy details of what is going on right now with Dodgers owner Mark Walter? Could this be the final year of the Dodgers dynasty? And if a worst-case scenario comes to fruition and Mark Walter has to sell the team, do you think Shohei Ohtani would leave the Dodgers? Where do you think he would go? We'll get to your calls and your texts when we come back. We'll also talk American League wildcard race. It's tight. It is tight. And one team that was vying for it just suffered one of their worst losses in franchise history. We'll explain when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling on this Wednesday. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So we have a Melbourne-Australia game, Thursday, September 10th. You can do this. I just despise the fact that it's a gigantic division game with two potential Super Bowl teams, with the Niners and the Rams. Like, these games should be played in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So you want to have a game in Melbourne? Good day, mate. I understand. Put a couple shrimp on the Barbie, watch some American football. I get it. Shout out to Dumb and Dumber. But I hate that it's the Rams and the 49ers in the game. But alas, it is. So now we stop bitching and we start handicapping. The Rams, 3.5-point favorites, total of the game, 48.5. And this point spread went up when Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. And presumably there will be a bump if and when, and I think it's likely to be when, Aaron Donald decides to unretire and joins the Los Angeles Rams defense. And there's so much buzz, deservedly so, around the LA Rams. I'm not going to do like the debate show trope where it's like, well, let me tell you why actually getting Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald is bad for the LA Rams. Like, it's not bad. And let's leave Donald alone for a second. Getting Myles Garrett is spectacular. He's the best defensive player in the league. Set the sack record. Defensive player of the year. And by virtue of having Myles Garrett, and I said this when they made the trade for him, you know, so much praise is heaped on Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, and Puka Nacua and this Rams offense. And you get it, right? We're in a fantasy football world, myself included. So Puka excites you, and Devontae excites you, and Kyron Williams excites you. And if you're a sicko like me, Terrence Ferguson excites you, right? But if you asked me, hey, Nick, which Rams unit do you feel better about this year? Offense or defense? It's the defense, and it's not close. You can poke some holes in the Rams' offense. I don't think they've got any speed. I don't like the two offensive tackles, Alaric Jackson and Warren McClendon. You can't really poke many holes in this Rams defense. The defensive line is absolutely loaded with Myles Garrett and Fisk and Young and Turner. It's insane. And wait until Aaron Donald joins the mix if that happens. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson coming over at corner from the Kansas City Chiefs, wanting to trade, wanting to signing. Like, this is good stuff for Chris Shula and the LA Rams defense. And I think in most games, against most coaches and most play callers and most schemers, the Rams are going to be able, they are going to know, based on the way you are protecting, exactly what you're doing on offense before the play is called. Think about that for a second. Because I think when we try and go through in our heads like schematic advantages in the NFL, we go to like Ben Johnson with the Bears and how he's going to destroy your defense and set you up to do something. I think the Rams' main schematic advantage this year is going to be defensively. They're going to know what you've got planned for that play based on how you're looking to block Myles Garrett and the other players on. Wait till Aaron Donald joins. So they're going to have the advantage over almost every team in the league. Maybe, except this one. With this coach. With Kyle Shanahan. And, you know, the Niners are always the walking wounded. Mike Evans is in and out of practice. Christian McCaffrey's in and out of practice to the point that Kyle Shanahan has to address it yesterday, saying if this were, you know, a regular practice, he'd be out there. Doesn't think it has anything to do with his contract. I don't believe him, but just saying. Ricky Pearsall's out for the year. Even Kyle Shanahan himself is banged up after his car accident a little over a month ago. And because of that, you should all be ashamed. Because you're sleeping on this team and this coach. Kyle Shanahan, if you had to trust any coach, I guess you could maybe say Ben Johnson. Maybe you want to throw Andy Reid out there. I kind of think Andy's lost his fastball a little bit. So maybe you want to say Ben Johnson. Kyle Shanahan, for me, is the easy answer. Which coach do you trust to throw the Sean McVay defense, the Chris Shula defense with Myles Garrett and company off balance? it would be Shanahan. And yeah, like the Niners have some injury woes at the moment. It's August 19th. Now look, we get there to Melbourne, Australia week 1, and the Niners are the walking wounded, I might feel a little differently. But as it stands right now, I don't even need the points. I'll take them, but I don't need them. I think the San Francisco 49ers walk into Melbourne as the underdog and walk out 1-0, beating the LA Rams in both teams' season opener.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Talking, giving you all the simple details as we possibly could on what is going on right now with Dodgers owner Mark Walter, and why it's not crazy to envision him selling the team or being forced, perhaps because of legal trouble, with him being under federal investigation right now, to sell the Dodgers in the near future. What could that look like with a lockout potentially on the rise? What could that look like for Shohei Ohtani's future, who does have a clause in his contract that he can opt out if Mark Walter no longer owns the team? All that deferred money, nearly $700 million worth of deferred money for Shohei Ohtani. Where could Ohtani end up if he does leave the Dodgers? So we want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. Elsewhere in baseball today, Brad, the biggest story was Paul Skeens getting 7 days of rest, having his start pushed back 3 days. The drop in velo has been well documented this year. The struggles have been well documented this year. He got a matinee start at home against the Tigers today, and not much better. 4 1/3 innings, exited in the 5th inning after allowing 4 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 4 and had 5 strikeouts. His ERA rises a little bit higher to 3.95. Brad, I said it last week when they pushed his start back. The Pirates at this point, they're delaying the inevitable. Shut down Paul Skeens for the season. Now, the Pirates won the game, by the way, 4-3. So they're only 3 games under 500. They're still mathematically in the race for the NL wild card, but I mean, I think their chances are really dead here, and I think that's the only reason why Skeens is still pitching. But I mean, it's the second straight game he leaves with less than 85 pitches, and the fastball velo ain't rising that much higher. So, what do you think about Skeens' outing today, and what lies next for the Pirates ace and the reigning Cy Young Award winner?
Yeah, to describe it in a sound, that's exactly what his start was today. We were all expecting him to maybe get back on track. There was a lot of hope and optimism. They would at least go out there and get 6 strong innings, have a quality starter, only give up 3 earned runs or fewer. But the high walk yield, very alarming. So the control, the command was not there. The good news, if there was any kind of silver lining whatsoever, is that the fastball average velocity was basically where it was all season long at 96.8 miles per hour. Now, that's down almost nearly a full tick from what we've seen earlier in his career from Paul Skeens, but it didn't get any worse. So I guess that's a shred of any kind of good news, if there is any at all. But I concur with you, man. I completely agree. Shut his ass down. Why are you risking it, Pittsburgh? Look, you're not going to catch whoever punches their ticket for the last spot in the NL wildcard race. And I believe it's going to be the St. Louis Cardinals. Again, I showered thoroughly last night after I said that as a diehard Cubs fan, but I kind of believe it. And the Cardinals are playing red hot baseball right now. The young hitters are, wrapping their bats. The pitching staff has been a borderline top 10 overall staff the last couple of weeks. Again, they're getting the hits. They're plating guys. They're missing bats off the mound. They're playing their best baseball at the right time. And I think that momentum is going to carry them into the postseason. And again, you could wager that greater than 8-1 right now at BetMGM. If you are buying what I am selling, but the Pirates aren't going to catch no one, not a soul. So there is no point in trotting Skeens out there. Mentally, I think he's spent. Physically, he's obviously spent. As you and I talked about, a lot of people lambasting him because of his quote-unquote dad bod. I say, Paul Skeens, have yourself another donut, my man. You've earned it in your career. Rest up. Get that velo up in the offseason and pray you regain your form and pray we actually have baseball next year.
310-840-4910. Yeah, again, the Pirates are 5.5 games back at the final wild card spot, but they would have to leap 4 teams in order to make the postseason this year, and that is very unlikely to happen. Skeens tried to sound as optimistic as he could after the game. He said, quote, grinding is a relative thing. I would say that in 24 and 25, I grinded at times too, so I think it's how you view it more than anything. I've been learning a lot, and I'll continue to learn a lot. Just got to keep going. And, he lamented that the command was the frustrating thing more than anything else. The fastball was averaging 97 miles an hour today, slightly faster than what it's been this season. But, again, he didn't hit 98 or harder today. So that fastball velo is still not what it used to be. And for a guy that's only in his third season, I think it's fair to ask, will it ever be what it used to be? 310-840-4910. Elsewhere, Brad, again, after a couple of incredible walk-off wins for your Chicago Cubbies, with last night coming via the bottom of the ninth on an Alex Bregman single, just the night after PCA wowed everybody with a 2-run walk-off home run. It didn't look like the Cubs had any offense left. They get shut out today, 3-0 by the White Sox. They only muster up 2 hits. They could not solve the puzzle of the White Sox bullpen, which was bulkily done by Jose Urquidy, former Astros pitcher. He went 6 shutout with 2 hits and 8 strikeouts. Your Cubbies are still 20 games over 500, and they're still trying to chase down the Brewers, and we know they play each other 7 times in a 10-day span starting in just over a week from now. Brewers, we'll get to them in just a second, destroying the Mariners 22-0 last night. But all in all, 2 out of 3 from your crosstown rivals. Not a bad way to start the week for your Cubs.
No, not a bad way at all. And it was a late night affair last night because there was a line of pretty nasty storms that rolled through the entire city of Chicago. What else is new? It just keeps raining cats and dogs in the Windy City. That has been the case all summer long, and it happened again last night. It was an 1.5-hour rain delay. I saw Taylor McGregor, who works the sideline for the Chicago Cubs, a hilarious woman, by the way, and she was interviewing Bregman after his walk-off single last night and said, what'd you do for the 1.5-hour rain delay? Bregman's answer was classic. He goes, I had a Dr. Pepper and a slice of pizza. That was the winning meal for Alex Bregman. That's all he needed to refuel and go out there. A DP and a slice of pie. And he slapped that single up the middle and, of course, scored the winning run. And the Cubs, took the series as a result. They were just unplugged offensively today. Your Kitty was incredible. His stuff was nasty. Missing bats left, right, rinse and repeat with the 8 Ks. Every team in a 162-game season is going to be off the mark one day. And, it happens, every so often. The Cubs are certainly that. But you look at their full body of work, really since the All-Star break, they've been white hot the dish. They're resembling the early season, very early season of the Chicago Cubs before they had that epic drought and lull starting about mid-May through mid-June offensively, although the pitching kind of helped them out there. Clay Holmes was awesome today for the most part, get a lot of weak contact. Alex Bregman, I believe, had 8 assists, which set a Cubs single-game record or tied it, if I recall correctly. So there was a lot of ground balls right down the third base line, and Bregman's one of the best mitts in the game. They just couldn't hit. The pitching staff is still strong. Daniel Palencia, I think, is going to be activated. If he wasn't today, it's going to happen imminently, maybe tomorrow or this weekend. So they're just going to get stronger on the back end. Starting pitching is rock solid, all the moves they made, and they've been a top 10 WRC plus offense all year long. I'll say it again. I think Milwaukee's the best team in the National League, and you mentioned it. We're getting to the Brew Crew here in a second and give them their flowers, but the Cubs are nipping at their heels right now across the board. They're playing spectacular baseball, and you yourself, Mr. Pat Boyle, Mr. Yankee, believe the Cubs are going to be playing the Yankees in the World Series this year, and I hope you, my friend, are prophetic.
Well, look, I mean, I'm a man that sticks to predictions, and not a whole lot has changed this season, although there have been plenty of ups and downs on this roller coaster ride that is almost every single year in Major League Baseball. The Yankees are the top spot in the wild card in the American League. The Cubs are the top spot in the wild card in the National League. That was my World Series prediction back in March. They both have 70 wins or more. I'm sticking to it, baby. And they've largely been affected by injuries this year. The Cubs and the Yankees, I think the Cubs more than, 80% of the rest of Major League Baseball, if not 90%. The Yankees, they've been affected more than 75% of the rest of Major League Baseball as well. Aaron Judge hasn't played since May. Garrett Cole missed the first month and a half of the season. Carlos Rodon had 2 IL stints. Max Fried is back on the IL. Giancarlo Stanton hasn't played since freaking April, and Cody Bellinger's got a grade 2 hamstring strain. So the fact that, and you know the slew of injuries to the Cubs starting rotation, so the fact that both of these teams have 2 of the 6 best records in baseball, I'm sticking to my prediction. But real quick, Brad, we wanted to hit on the American League wild card race because we hit the National League last night. The American League wild card race, it's not so much of a 2-team race, or I should say 2 spots up for grabs, like it looks like the National League is. Fingers crossed, not trying to jinx your Cubbies here. With the Phillies and the Padres only having at most a game and a half cushion on the teams chasing, the American League, it feels like the Yankees and the Sox are headed to the playoffs. I mean, the Yankees have a 99% chance of making the postseason. The Red Sox have a 92% chance right now. So then it comes down to 1 spot, most likely up for grabs between 6, if not 7 teams. The Twins and the Rangers right now tied for that final wild card spot. They're both under 500, by the way. And then you've got separated by a game and a half, the Blue Jays, the Guardians, the Orioles, and the Tigers. And then there's those Mariners, if you think they have any chance of making a comeback this season. But, man, this thing is going to get even more chaotic and crazy. This thing is going to be fun. Brad, if you had to pick one team out of those 6 or one team out of those 7 that you think punched their ticket to October, who in the American League do you think is most likely going to grab that final wild card spot and then, who knows, maybe make some noise in October?
I think it's going to be the fighting Cecil Fielders, the Detroit Tigers, to get it done, man. This team is playing a terrific baseball for the better part of the last month. Since August 1st, they've been top 10, actually top 5 in all Major League Baseball and WRC+. They've been top 10 as well in team-wide ERA. If they can continue that stellar level of play across the board, they're going to earn that final wildcard spot in the American League. But, again, this just speaks to the gross an overwhelming mediocrity of the American League. You got the Yankees, you got the Red Sox, you got the Rays, your front runners in a couple of those divisions, the White Sox in that conversation as well, that played, good baseball. A couple of those teams, excellent baseball, but not necessarily dominant baseball, although Boston has certainly made their case here since the All-Star break. I mean, they're living on a whole nother planet, another plane. But, yeah, mark me down for Eminem's boys and the Detroit Tigers to continue their white-hot streak into September and to get that final wild card spot. But it's completely up for grabs. I could be terribly and horrifically wrong, but if you are buying what I'm selling, they're plus 240 right now, our friends at BetMGM to make the postseason. Detroit.
I hate that I'm going to do this, but they're starting to finally play some better baseball here. They were 8 games under 500 2 weeks ago, and all of a sudden now they're 8-4 in their last 12. They've got some quality wins. Of course, they took 2 out of 3 from the Yanks. They took 3 out of 4 from the Sox, 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. I feel like the freaking Blue Jays are going to be in the postseason. I feel like it's going to be the Yankees, Red Sox, and Blue Jays. I think you're going to get 4 teams in from the American League East, which I think would be the first time we ever get 4 teams from one division that make the playoffs. I could be wrong on that, but again, I know we've only expanded to 14 teams here, 12 teams in Major League Baseball here for the last couple of years, so 6 from each league. And so I feel like the Rays probably at this point going to hold off the Yankees because they don't freaking lose. Yanks and the Sox are going to be those top 2 wildcard teams. And that third, I feel like it's going to be the Blue Jays. I mean, look, this lineup is finally starting to freaking come around here after the All-Star break. George Springer is on a tear. Alejandro Kirk, right? We were all making fun. How does this guy get named to the All-Star team? Oh, Alejandro Kirk can't freaking miss. All the guy does is hit home runs. He was crushing the Yankees. And then even though, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the power is just completely invisible. He's doing a good job of getting on base. He's making pitchers work. And then you look at this pitching staff, which, by the way, has traded away Kevin Gausman. And, it seemed like maybe the Blue Jays were giving up. Here's Dylan Cease operating like an absolute stud. Here's all of a sudden a resurgent Shane Bieber. Here's Max Scherzer, who looked like he was dead in the water, giving them quality innings. And they still have the young kid, Trey Savage. So I feel like the Blue Jays, look out. Don't count them out. I counted them out as we did many teams so far this year in baseball. At least I did, the Sox and the Phillies. And they're both looking like they are near locks for a playoff spot. Wouldn't shock me if the Blue Jays, who went to the World Series last year, find their way back in October here in the next 5 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be exciting stuff, to say the least. Again, it's completely up for grabs, man. I cannot recall in either league during my lifetime this many teams on this late of the calendar. I mean, we're approaching September. We're barreling toward it. Still alive in the American League. We got a handful of teams still alive, too, in the National League, but it's nowhere near the neck and neck, down the stretch they come, kind of scenario the American League has been. So buckle up, folks. It is going to be indeed one hell of a ride.
And this is what Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball wanted. This is what the NFL wants, right? This is why we've seen expansion in every single sport, because if it was still just 5 teams from each league making the playoffs, we're not talking about this. We're talking about the Yankees and the Red Sox having massive leads on the rest of the American League, and only a collapse would make you think that any of these other teams, again, so many of them under 500, all of them for the final wild card spot, under 500, giving them a chance to make the postseason. Mediocrity is in, though, right now, Brad. Mediocrity is hot. It's good to be mediocre because you still have a chance until the final week of the season. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. Nearly got another 5 for 5 last night. Yours truly, looking for lucky number 7 in a row. Thank you to PCA. We're going to go streaking when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, I've liked them for months. I've been saying for months that I think the Texans have the upside to go to the Super Bowl. Certainly the upside to play on Championship Sunday. Now it seems like it's en vogue that everybody loves the Texans. And I'm not insinuating that people are parroting what I'm saying, but I guess it was a little more obvious than I thought. That if you take this defense, right, which, assuming health, and you could say this about any team, right? If injury strikes, they're in trouble. But if the Texans' defense is going to be healthy, like they are going to be a top 3 defense in the league, it's almost impossible for them not to be. They have the best players. So if they're healthy, they are going to dominate defensively. And if that's true, and I believe it is, then all C.J. Stroud has to be is average, and they're going to win a ton of games. I don't need C.J. Stroud to be Warren Moon. I don't need him to be Pat Mahomes. I don't need him to be Josh Allen. I don't even need him to be rookie season C.J. Stroud for this to all come to fruition. I need him to not suck, which he did at points at the end of last year. And if that's true, and he doesn't suck, how are the Texans not winning 11 or 12 games, 13 games this year? My sense is, given Josh Allen's foibles in Houston against the Texans, and we even alluded to it, Danny and I did, in one of the Josh Allen playoff losses, which was his first playoff game, which was on the road in Houston, in Allen's second season, when the Texans won by 3 in overtime, and then the next week, if you'll recall, they went up, Deshaun Watson and Houston did, 21-0 on the road in Kansas City against the Chiefs before the Chiefs scored like 55 unanswered points, and I'm only exaggerating by a little bit. So Josh Allen, Houston has kind of been a house of horrors for Josh Allen. My guess is a lot of people are going to like the Texans in week 1 because of that. Well, look at Josh Allen against the Texans defense, right? A lot of people love the Texans this year. Houston's at home. Price of the game is basically pick the winner. Makes me nervous. It's being branded as like the Robert Saleh revenge game because the Jets fired him a couple years ago. By the way, they were correct to fire him. He's a terrible head coach. Seems to be a nice guy and is a objectively awesome defensive coordinator in the NFL. But he's a bad coach. And I don't think Cam Ward's got the goods. He was brutal last week in week 1 of the preseason. And I get it. It's just week 1 of the preseason. I understand that. But coming off of last year, which was, by any account, a pretty bad rookie season for Cam Ward, where I think we expected, even if the wins and losses weren't there necessarily, you expected some more from Cam Ward. You wanted him to at least be competent in that first preseason game. He didn't have to go, 4 for 4 with 4 touchdowns. That's not what it had to be. But you wanted like a certain level of competence from Cam Ward. I don't think you got it. And I'm worried about what the Tennessee Titans are going to be this year. And on the flip side, I think there's optimism for the Jets this year. And I wouldn't be shocked. You call me crazy, you will. I get it. I understand. And I can be wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron Glenn won Coach of the Year. After what happened last year, as bad as the Jets were, if the Jets win enough games this season that Aaron Glenn wins Coach of the Year, or at the very least is one of the finalists for Coach of the Year. And I'll make a guarantee right now for everybody. Last year, if you took the number of interceptions the Jets had as a team and multiplied it by 1 million, it would be 0. Seems impossible. Full season, 0 interceptions. Here's my guarantee for everybody. The Jets will pick off Cam Ward at least once in week 1. I don't need the points. Jets are going to beat the Titans in week 1. Gang Green starts 1-0. The Tennessee Titans in their sweet new Houston Oilers-inspired uniforms will start 0-1.
GM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack! That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. Monday night, we won 5 for 5. Cash, if you took all 5 of our guys, that was plus 315. Last night, 4 out of 5. Seiya Suzuki couldn't come through.
On his
We will
birthday!
try to go on his birthday. Come on. All right, so we will try to go 5 for 5 tonight. We got producer Brandon Combs back in the mix, so we got our full normal crew. I'm feeling good, baby. Maybe it's because I got 6 in a row and I'm looking for 7 in a row, but I feel good. I'll start us off here. I'll take Monty's guy from last night, who we got some luck with, that the Royals had a nice big fat comeback, and then Bobby Witt walked it off. Give me Bobby Witt Jr. against the A's tonight in Kansas City. This game starting in 50 minutes from now. Jeffrey Springs, the lefty on the mound for the A's. He's got an ERA over 6. Bobby Witt hitting over 300 against lefties this year. Hitting over 300 again at home. 3 for 6 lifetime against Springs. Bobby Witt, who's got a hit in almost every single one of his last games over the last week, has only gone 0 for once. I think Bobby Witt gets me a hit and gets me to 7 in a row. Brad, who are you looking to take?
Oh, how about Andy Pages? He's legit. See what I did there? It rhymes. He's taking on the Colorado Rockies. Of course, we talked about the LA Dodgers in Seg 1 and all the behind-the-scenes drama that's going on with that organization. But Pages on the field has been delivering. He's got a hit in 10 of his last 13 games. He's batting .288 this season against southpaw pitchers. He's batting .348 against Colorado, and he's batting .462 against the man who's on the mound for the Pebbles, that being Kyle Freeland. Freeland, a 5.49 home ERA this season, pitching better in his last 5, the 3.31 ERA, but he's faced the LA Dodgers not once but twice. 9 innings pitched, 14 earned runs. Andy Pages, please! I need to go streaking because I got to catch up now to stupid Michael Montgomery and Pat.
That's right. Yeah, Brad on the season now, 75% correct picks. I'm at 761, aka 76.1%. And Monty is the king, 76.4%. Let's get to the VP, that handsome fellow with the goatee, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. 3 in a row, looking to make it 4. Monty, who is the pick tonight for you, my friend?
Yes, give me Teoscar Hernandez staying in that same game as Brad. 4th highest rated hitter on my board tonight, batters-box.com. Elite matchup against Freeland, who has given up 9 hits both times he has faced the Dodgers this season. 2 trends I like: 116 games with an elite matchup for Teoscar, getting a hit 67% of the time. And then Freeland has faced nearly 200 elite hitters and given up a hit to 71% of them. So I love that. And then pitch mix wise, 4-star rating for Teoscar against Freeland, hitting well against 73% of his typical pitch mix to right-handed hitters. So I think Teoscar will give me a 4.
Beautiful. Sorry, Monty, by the way. Might have thrown you off there for a second because I normally go to Combs for 3rd in the order. You're normally our cleanup guy, but hey, look, I decided to, switch the order up a little bit. So that brings us to producer Brandon Combs, back in the mix after 2 days off, looking to get to 2 in a row in his streak. And Combs, who's the pick tonight?
I am going to go with the legend of Nolan Schanuel of, if you don't know the name, the Los Angeles Angels going up against the Houston Astros tonight. Astros throwing a rookie in his first game. No numbers there, but Nolan Schanuel batting .343 lifetime against the Astros and is also hitting .277 away, and he is hitting over 500 in his last 7 days. So I like Nolan Schanuel to get me on the board tonight.
Finally, our guy in our Westwood One Studios, Lee. Lee, looking to get to 3 in a row. Who's the pick, Lee?
I'll stick with the Los Dodgers. I'll go with Shohei this time. He has an identical 9 of 16 for 563 versus Freeland, so why not go with that? I finally get Shohei on the board.
There we go. Shohei, Bobby Witt Jr., Andy Pages, Nolan Schanuel, and Teoscar Hernandez. Brad, all 5 of those guys get a hit. What are we looking at odds-wise at BetMGM?
Plus 216, as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you.
NFC North preview next.
This is
Penn State is a playoff team. I've bet them plus 360 to make the playoff. And I think that it's best described by this. Like the roster, like the moves with the coaching staff, love the schedule. The schedule is a joke. I mean, almost every game they're favored by 3 TDs. I mean, the toughest games, they host USC. They have to go to Washington. After that, that's it. I mean, literally the floor for Penn State in the schedule is 9 wins. That is borderline playoff. And if they win 2 of those 3 or one of those 3 that I mentioned, that's a 10-win team. It's automatically in the playoff. And I think what's important to know about D'Anton Lynn is the defensive, what he did at USC just did magician work. But when Lincoln Riley had defenses that were in the bottom 10, couldn't tackle, heavily penalized, just getting run over by everybody. Then D'Anton Lynn moves over from UCLA, and they're all of a sudden top 15 in tackling, top 15 in havoc. Like USC started producing legit defenses, and that's all him. And now he's at Penn State. Also, I wouldn't back a USC team that can't travel. Look at their record crossing 2 time zones or more. It's horrific. Lincoln Riley I don't know if he leaves the team. I don't know if they're flying red eyes across the nation. I don't know what's going on, but USC can't travel, and they have to go to the East Coast multiple times this year. So I'm out on the Trojans. I'm in on Penn State.
I think the Dolphins are going to beat the Raiders. Straight up. Cue the Travis Scott ad lib. Straight up. It's lit. I like Miami a lot here. Now, I think Miami will not be good this season. It's actually impossible for them to be good. The roster is atrocious. Remember what I said about the Texans a couple minutes ago? That Houston's defense, pending health, is too good to be bad. Like, it's not possible for them to be bad. The Miami Dolphins are the inverse of the Texans defense. It's not possible for them to be good. There's too many bad players still on this roster. And it's not by design. They don't want to be bad. But this is a situation that Jeff Hafley and company have found themselves in. Like the new regime in Miami. They don't have a chance this year. Like, the amount of dead money on this salary cap is stupid. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're paying Tua Tagovailoa about Jeff Bezos style money to not play for them this year. Crazy. Like, they can't win. They can't win. But they can win this game. There's optimism around the Raiders. I share it. Especially when Fernando Mendoza gets in to the starting lineup. This defense stinks outside of Max Crosby. And my guess is Max Crosby does not end the year with the Raiders, that they will trade him at some point. They should trade him, and the Cowboys should be the team to trade for him. That's a story for another day. My big, bold prediction for this game, I think Miami is going to have 200-plus yards on the ground. 200-plus yards on the ground with Malik Willis and Devon Achane. I think there's volatility here. Now, volatility can mean that the Raiders win big. But I think there's also volatility for the Dolphins to potentially to win this game outright. So Miami plus the points, Miami to win on the road at the Raiders.
We're recording our ACC podcast tonight, and it's going to take everything inside of me not to say that they go 0-12. They're bad.
Wow.
Like they and the sentiment is not just me. Like I've been to a few media days, the Big 10 and the Big 12, and all of us, what is going on with this North Carolina program? And there's just bad decision after bad decision. The one stabling force is Steve Belichick, and he's out he hasn't been able to coach because of medical reasons. So not really sure the culture or what's going on with the players and the culture and not being able to produce. But Belichick does not have a grip on this roster like you would think that he does after his career in the NFL.
Huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Wednesday night get-together kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you've got plenty of different ways to listen to the show. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour, in case you missed it, talking about the spicy new messy details on Dodgers owner Mark Walter and why it should absolutely pose the question right now, what could this offseason, outside of a lockout, look like for the Dodgers? Could there be a sale of the Los Angeles Dodgers? And if so, could Shohei Ohtani, who's got a clause in his contract that he can opt out if the Dodgers do get sold, Shohei Ohtani leave the Dodgers if that comes to fruition? 310-840-4910. We also talked about Paul Skeens struggling again today. The White Sox able to avoid the sweep against the Cubbies after being walked off back-to-back nights, and we went streaking last segment. So again, you want to get in on any of that, 310-840-4910. We're going to deep dive the NFC North today as we are continuing to wrap up our previews and our predictions of the 2026 NFL season, with the regular season 3 weeks away. But before we do that, Brad, we've got some breaking news in the NFL. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they've got one last thing to worry about now. Adam Schefter reporting that the 2-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle and behemoth of a man, Vita Vea, and the Buccaneers reached agreement today on a 1-year extension for $30 million, which now ties him to Tampa Bay for 2 more seasons, and Vita Vea will play his 9th and 10th years in the NFL with the Buccaneers, who drafted him number 12 back in 2018. This is a Buccaneers defense that is the reason, Brad, that I think the Bucs are going to take, they did take a step back last year. We know injuries played a factor into that, but I think it's going to be the reason they miss out on the playoffs again. They were a bottom half unit in the NFL last year in yards allowed per game, passing yards allowed per game. We know the run defense is always their strength, especially with Vita Vea back in the fold. But their secondary and their linebacking core, aging was a weakness last year. They made some additions to that. But I think this is a make or break year here for Todd Bowles. After so many years atop the NFC South, they're now trying to get back atop their throne. And this is a massive problem that they have now rectified here, coming to an agreement with Vita Vea after he requested a trade at the start of training camp. How big of a deal is this for the Bucs?
Ginormous. One of the best run stoppers in the National Football League is Vita Vea. He's a man in the middle, and he's a man-eater. Cue the Hall & Oates there in the background. Then a terrific player who's going to be flanked and complimented by their top overall draft pick coming off the edge there in Ruben Bain. Now, can he transfer and transition seamlessly to the next level? If he can really ratchet up the heat. It's going to make Vita Vea all the more prominent and all the more powerful there in the trenches. I kind of like Tampa. I think a little bit better than advertised on the back end defensively along the linebacker line as well. This should, and I'm going to emphasize that word, should be a top half defensive unit. If they live up to that description, we know what the offense can bring. We know that Baker Mayfield is extremely motivated after he got the shaft from this franchise in the offseason and did not get pizzade. So I kind of like the mentality right now of this franchise. And you look at the NFC South, New Orleans is hurting. We're going to be talking about them a little bit later on the show. Again, we talked about them earlier this week. Atlanta, not looking all that great. Carolina could be a bit of a wild card. We'll see what they can bring to the table. But Tampa should be the team to beat. You still got them from plus money right now at BetMGM to win the NFC South, and I think they'll do exactly that. So, again, big deal that Vita Vea is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, and again, I see the positives in the secondary. I think Antoine Winfield had another productive season last year. Tyke Smith had a breakout year, but their corners I worry about. Zion McCollum, he got hurt at the end of the season. He had a really good year in 2024, but his quarterback rating, against when he was targeted last year went up. Didn't have as many turnovers. Only had the one interception. Didn't defend as many passes as he did, a third as he did in 2024. And then Benjamin Morrison, my Notre Dame guy, hand up, he was not great last year. He struggled in a big way. So I worry about the corners. Their overall secondary not bad, but their corners need to definitely play a lot better. And I don't know, it kind of just feels like, I know Todd Bowles doesn't have the longevity of Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh, or Mike McCarthy even for his time with the Packers. But I feel like it's kind of run its course for Todd Bowles with the Buccaneers. I don't know. It's going to take something real special from Baker in that offense that have to try to replace Mike Evans this season for them to get back to the postseason. So we'll see. But the key here the mission was to preview the NFC North. So let's do that, Brad. And let's start with the Green Bay Packers. What do you think is the biggest question facing Green Bay this year? Because I think you can take this in a couple of different ways, but I'm interested to hear your take on what you think the biggest thing that's going to determine Packers' success comes down to this season.
It's your boy, man, who you think is going to be playing an MVP level, and I ain't buying it at all. It's Jordan Love. I'm not saying this as a Chicago Bears diehard, and yes, I naturally have a disdain for this organization, but looking objectively through that lens, Love has shown he can be an elite quarterback at times, but he's got to bridge that gap and be a consistent quarterback on a week-in, week-out basis. I think the good news is, there's some clarity right now in the receiver ranks. Tucker Kraft still working his way back, coming off his injury. Hopefully he can live up to the player that showed that breakout promise of last season. But now we know who's going to be the starting wide receivers. I think in 11 personnel, that's 3 wide receiver sets, excuse me. You're going to have Matthew Golden, Christian Watson, and Jaden Reed, primarily Reed out of the slot. In 12 personnel, so more bigger personnel packages with the 2 tight ends on the field and only 2 wide receivers. It's going to be Adios Amigo for Reed. It's going to be Gold on one outside, Watson on the other. What do Watson and Golden both have? Dynamite speed. The problem with Love that I saw last season with my own 2 eyes, and it may get getting a little bit blurry in my advanced stage, but he was overthrowing, especially Matthew Golden, way too often in a lot of games. The guy with a 4.29 40-yard speed. He has got to deliver and drop dimes on a regular basis to both those bookends. And Tucker Kraft's got to come out and be healthy. We'll see about the fate of Josh Jacobs. We'll see if he gets stave off suspension. Right now, dealing with a groin injury, not too serious, should be ready for week 1. Jordan Love is in a prime position to deliver them goods, Pat, and make it look like a genius, but he's got to prove it to me because so far he hasn't done it in a steady Eddie fashion.
And that's fair. And as much as I believe in Jordan Love and I get oohed and awed and wowed by his weapons, and again, I think he's going to win the MVP this year. I think he is going to be absolutely phenomenal. I think he takes that gigantic leap forward. He's got his guy Tucker Kraft back, who, yes, kind of admitted, hey, I might be on a little bit of a pitch count in the first couple of games of the year, but definitely going to get unleashed as the season goes on, coming off the torn ACL. He was a monster last year before the injury. And yes, we know that their receivers struggle to stay healthy every year, whether it's Christian Watson, who feels like his hamstrings are made out of string cheese more than anything else. And you mentioned Jaden Reed expecting a big step forward this year from Matthew Golden. We have no idea still what's going to happen in terms of any discipline or any punishment handed down on Josh Jacobs. The offense will certainly look even more average if that is the case, if he is suspended for several games because of the domestic violence dispute or the domestic violence allegations levied upon him. But last year, there's a Packers offense that across the board, yards per game, passing yards per game, rushing yards per game, points per game, they were mid. I mean, as mid as mid gets. And their defense couldn't get takeaways. They only had 14 of them last year. There were only 3 teams worse than that in that department. So I've got all the belief and the faith in Jordan Love this year. And while also admitting that I do feel like Matt LaFleur is kind of holding this team back. But hey, sometimes coaches can change, right? A lot of these NFL coaches, they are stuck in their ways, but they are forced to adapt or die. And so I'm kind of hoping that we get some more creativity, some more deep shots, and some better pass protection for Jordan Love, of course, because that played a factor into it with an offensive line that was also very mid last year. They made some changes there that I'm hoping, produce. And then on the defensive side is, can they get some takeaways, especially without Michael Parsons, who we know they're probably going to be without for the first 4 to 6 games. And with Jeff Hafley leaving to take the Miami Dolphins head coaching job, that's the other biggest question that I look at here is, how is this Packers defense going to fare all season, but especially in the beginning without Micah Parsons? And looking at this Packers schedule here this season to start, they get a pretty nice, easy, soft landing spot for the first few games at Minnesota, although that's game 1 of Kyler Murray, at the Jets week 2, versus the Falcons week 3. They should win those first 3 games. I mean, at worst, be 2-1. And so, again, for me, though, Brad, I've said it before, and I'll say it again till I'm blue in the face. Jordan Love, MVP here in 2026. I think my man is about to take the biggest leap forward. So he's obviously who I have my fantasy feels fixated on. But, Brad, who are you most excited about, even as a Bears fan, from a neutral perspective, who are you most excited about with this Packers offense?
A guy that's a true Rip Van Winkle on this offense, and it could be a difference maker for him. Again, if he can make those connections with Jordan Love, which had so many missed connections last season, and that is the Blazer in Matthew Golden, a guy that was one of the, if not the biggest standout in Packers training camp last season, but didn't do jack nor squat in the regular season. Didn't have a single touchdown until the postseason, even exceed 400 yards. And he played double-figure games. I think he will break through this year because that elite speed that he possesses, because he can run various routes in the tree. Now he's got that year under his belt. The separation skills are very apparent. He was number 9 last season among all qualifying wide receivers and average yards of separation per target. I think Matthew Golden, you're getting right now the double digits of your fantasy football drafts, is somebody that could exceed 1,000 yards. I think he's going to be more targeted, and this may seem like a spicy hot take to a lot of people out there, but I think he's going to have more targets under the belt this year than Christian Watson, who's getting all the buzz. But remember, his hamstrings are still held together by duct tape and bubble gum right now. So put all together, Matthew Golden's going to be that guy in this offense, and I'll go ahead and jump ahead. I'm taking the over on his player prop receiving yards as well, 650.5. Pat, I went to the alt market. I have money on Golden to reach 1,000 receiving yards at 4-1 odds. Oh, baby. I love that price.
I like it too. Because if I think Jordan Love's going to win MVP, that means there's going to be multiple receivers on this team that have some decent seasons. And if Matthew Golden has the biggest one of all, then you, my friend, might make a nice little stack of cash on that bet. For me, it's, again, I think Jordan Love's going to win the MVP. So, yes, that is my, I guess that would be my favorite season-long play here. And last time I checked, Jordan Love was nearly
20 to 1, 25 to 1.
I think he was 20 to 1. Let me double check here really quickly. Yeah. Jordan Love is 20 to 1. So plus 2,000.
Yeah, there you go.
But more of maybe a safer bet, if you will, is, again, if he's going to win the MVP, I think the Packers are going to win the NFC North, which I think this division is wide open. Plus 240. No, the Lions are the favorite despite coming in last year. Your Bears have the 3rd longest odds to win the division. The Vikings are last. I think, again, plus 240, Packers to win the division. We know they're consistent. They are a winning machine in the regular season under Matt LaFleur, and so I think that continues. Let's move on, though, to the Detroit Lions, the team that fell off their perch last year, missed the playoffs, injuries abound, and what's the biggest question facing the Lions this year? Again, I think you could look at this 2 different ways, Brad. I think it's, does the defense finally stay healthy, or how does the new look offensive line hold up? Because those are easily the 2 biggest things that are going to determine the Lions' success, with an offense that has a ton of stars in Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra, Jared Goff and J-Mo, and a healthy Sam Laporta coming back. What do you think is the bigger thing to look out for in Detroit this year, Brad?
It's got to be defense, man. It's all about that D. If those guys, those key components can stay upright and healthy, this should be, quite honestly, a top 10 unit. I mean, they're going to push Green Bay for honors to represent the NFC North in the postseason and win that division. I mean, they have the goods if that defense lives up to the billing because the offense is going to be largely indestructible, especially at home. Now, we'll see what version Jared Goff we get in the elements, but you laid out the case. I think it was on last night's show. Again, the road schedule. I'll read this for our listeners and viewers out there if they missed last night's episode of BetMGM tonight. And you should never miss this show. Just a friendly reminder. Detroit plays at Buffalo in week 2. Hey, that's pretty nice in Western New York in September. They're at Carolina in week 4. Weather's not going to be a factor in Charlotte that time of year. At Arizona in week 5, Dome. At Miami in week 9. Probably going to sweat their cojones off. Still at that point on the calendar. At Atlanta in week 13, Dome. At Minnesota, week 15, Dome. And then at my Chicago Bears in week 17, that's, who knows? Probably be a terrible game. It could be a mountain of snow. It could be teeth chattering cold, to say the least. But really, that's the only matchup you have to really worry about Mother Nature playing a factor. So if Jared Goff can go out there, the offensive line can adequately protect him. He gets the support defensively. They may be, honestly, the team to beat in this division.
They could. And no, I'm going to save it. I'm not even going to hint at what my Super Bowl prediction is. I might have hinted at it once on the air over the last week or two, but I'm going to save my Super Bowl prediction for when we get closer to opening night here. But yeah, look, I mean, that feels like that's the biggest thing that has held them back is the health of that defense, especially the secondary. And it's a defensive secondary that once again has DJ Reed, once again has Brian Branch, once again has Kirby Joseph, and, in case you haven't been following, surprise, surprise, Brian Branch is still on the PUP list, although last week, Dan Campbell did say that Branch is coming along in his rehab and could return to practice in late August or early September. He's coming off the Achilles tear in December. And then Kirby Joseph, who's on the PUP list, that last week, Dan Campbell said that Kirby Joseph could be back on the field early on in the upcoming regular season. He's away from the team to attend to a personal matter, and and he's also rehabbing from a knee injury. So not looking great for the start of the season for that secondary. We know the troubles that Terrion Arnold finds himself in. They released him in June. So again, I think that secondary is the biggest thing of all to look out for with the Lions. But Brad, fantasy feels or your favorite team related play, who are you most interested to look out for on this Lions offense, which we know is full of Maseratis?
Yes, indeed. And vroom, vroom, a guy that's an absolute layup and a guy that's in the conversation for the number 1 overall pick. And no matter what kind of draft you're in, if you're a PPR in a standard league, half point PPR, it doesn't really matter. It's between him and Bijan Robinson, him being Jahmyr Gibbs. Who's going to produce the goods. He only had around a 63% opportunity share in that Sonic and Knuckles backfield last season with Mandatory Montgomery at Jackals, but Mandatory is no longer in Detroit. He is now trying to move some chains in H-Town with the Houston Texans. I got Isaiah Pacheco there. I think, it could soar as high as 75% of the opportunity share. He could catch upwards of 70 passes this season. He could total 1,800 combined yards. And the touchdowns, oh, man, they're going to come pouring down from the skies. Could be upwards of like 15, 16 total scores. So Jahmyr Gibbs going to definitely deliver the goods, have all the fantasy feels. And again, it's really 1A, 1B situation with him and Bijan Robinson. There is no wrong answer if you're fortunate enough to have the top pick in your fantasy draft, which honestly, I never get.
Yeah. And I got it once and forget who I took, but they basically tore their ACL in like week 2 or week 3. And that was that. That was a long time. It was like my first year playing fantasy. I was like in middle school. So yeah, I almost kind of hope I don't get the number 1 overall pick because I feel like I'm cursed. For me, I got the feels for J-Mo Williams, Brad, and I feel like he is once again going to serve a crucial role in this offense. And J-Mo, who, a little bit of a scare earlier this week when he missed practice back-to-back days with a shoulder injury, but he was participating in team drills and 7-on-7s during today's practice. That's according to Tim Twentyman of the Lions official website, who we're going to talk to at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
So Tim Twentyman, the 20 man, going deep on some reporting today. So that was cool to see. Look, J-Mo is a guy that is maybe the most dangerous wide receiver 2 in all of football. No disrespect to T. Higgins or anybody else, but back-to-back seasons with over 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns each. We know he's a home run threat waiting to happen on any given play. I mean, how many 100-yard games did he have last year? 4. And so the concept and the crux of this offense is the same. Yes, Jahmyr Gibbs is the most important focal point. Yes, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the number 1 receiver. But they make it a priority to, much so to the point where last year Dan Campbell was like, we have to get Jameson Williams the ball more. They know they need him. They need this offense to have balance. Jared Goff loves him. So J-Mo is a guy that I got the feels for. And I think he's going to have a big year. I think Amon-Ra is going to have a big year. Jahmyr Gibbs, we know he's a great pass catcher. So Brad, my favorite team-related play for the Lions is the guy that's going to be spinning them the football all season long, Jared Goff, to go over his passing yards prop. It's 4,050.5 yards this year. Jared Goff, the last couple of years, I'll just give it to you quick as my reasoning, because, again, if the guy stays healthy, I don't see how he doesn't get here. 4,564, 4,629, 4,575, 4,438. Jared Goff is going over, assuming he stays healthy. The weapons are the same. The scheme is the same. The concepts are the same. And the defense might be as equally mid as last year. Maybe more shootouts for the Lions. They play in a dome. The away games they have, not until the end of the year when they play the Bears and the Packers. Are we talking about frigid conditions? Jared Goff and this offense going to thrive again. Goff to go over his passing yards. My favorite play of the year for the Lions.
Yeah, on a related note, one of his primary weapons of choice inside the red zone and back and healthy, Sam Laporta, the tight end. I think that connection with Goff to number 87 is going to be somewhat frequent. So give me the over. Just 4.5 touchdowns. Now, it's a little bit heavier juice here at minus 130, but that's completely warranted. Mike Lade, ESPN's got Laporta projected for 5 receiving touchdowns this season when on the field, and they play the full complement of games together in 2024, because remember, Laporta missed some action. I think it was 7 games last season with a back injury, only had 3 touchdowns. Going back to 2024, Laporta posted a 128.7 passer rating when targeted by Goff. He also had the 5th most red zone targets that season. He went 7 touchdowns in 24, 10 touchdowns in 23. I think the truth is in between those two numbers. I think it's 8 touchdowns, a snowman for Sam Laporta, and all I need is 5 to cash. Absolutely love that prop. So all over it, baby, and nearly sledgehammer worthy. It's sledgehammer worthy. I would have called for my little friend if the juice was a little bit lower, but minus 130, don't feel great about it.
310-840-4910. Your thoughts on the Packers season and the Lions season. Your thoughts, your questions, your predictions. We'll get to them when we come back, and we'll hit on the other half of the NFC North. Does Mr. Clutch, a.k.a. Caleb Williams, a.k.a. Iceman, does he do it again? Does he have more in store this year for the Bears as they try to repeat as NFC North champions? And what the heck is this Viking season going to look like? How does the Kyler Murray experiment go? We'll hit on both those teams when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, perhaps Brian Fleury, Theo's dad. That's not true. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. Brian Fleury, the new offensive coordinator of Seattle, who comes over from Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, perhaps he's able to make it like Clint Kubiak never left. And the Seahawks offense doesn't miss a beat. And this running game without Zach Charbonnet early in the season and Kenneth Walker can keep it rolling with rookie Jadarian Price and George Halani and Emmanuel Wilson. And Jackson Smith and Jigba picks off where he left off last year as the offensive player of the year. Maybe that all happens. But I think there's enough questions there to say, at a point spread like this, with a quarterback like I've got in Drake May on the other side, I'll take the points with the New England Patriots. I don't know if I'll be intrepid enough, gutsy enough, ballsy enough to take the Patriots to win outright in Seattle on banner night. But to lose by 3 or less feels to me like Seattle wins this one at the gun. Give me the Patriots plus 3.5. Now, just to say this, I'll say this maybe a couple times over the course of the show. I reserve the right to change my mind on these opinions if and when there are injuries, new information presents itself. But if we get to week 1 and things remain static, mostly the same, I think I'm going to roll with these opinions. New England plus the 3.5 week 1 in Seattle.
I love them so much in week 1 that I'm starting to get scared about how much I love them in week 1. Like, they need to win that game. Period. Borderline must win week 1.
Now, do you want it to be, does it matter if they win 24-23 on a last second field goal? Or do you need this to be like a no doubter?
I mean, listen, if they survive in advance, it's the NFL. So I will take 24-23 on a last second field goal and be able to sleep that night. They lose 24-23 on a last second field goal, I'm going to have bloodshot eyes on first things first the next day. So there's a ton riding on that game. Carolina obviously looks pretty good down the stretch of the season. And the last time we saw them, they played the Rams very tough. And so I do think it is at least within the realm of possibilities that Carolina is better than we expect. But the Bears offense should be able to pretty much name their number against the Panthers defense. So I will be very surprised if that's not a 30-point output for the Bears.
Oregon is the team that I think is winning the national championship. And my criticism of Dan Lanning year after year after he's been there, because remember, he came from Kirby Smart. And I said, well, the second that Eugene is able to produce a defensive line that can play in the SEC, Oregon's going to be a real national title contender. But then they line up with guys like Kayvon Thibodeau. These guys are great pass rushers. Oregon's been able to produce that, but they've never been able to produce run stoppers. And now they are loaded in the 2 deep with guys that are just going to stuff everybody behind the line of scrimmage. Dan Lanning told me at Big Ten Media Days that this is the most experienced and most talented defensive line that he's ever had. And by the way, on the other side of the ball, you have best in class at running back that's deep, best in class at wide receiver with the Corian Moore leading the way. And then Dante Moore, who was, trying to avoid questions at media days about some sort of $55 million deal with the Jets that was on his table. And he turned down going to the NFL, turned his phone off and went and golfed for a couple weeks. Dante Moore is back in college football only because of the Jets, I believe. So Oregon is best everywhere, except for maybe one spot. Their secondary can be challenged a little bit, but if you look at their schedule, I'm not sure who's going to get into that. The Big Ten's gone 3 straight. I think they go 4 straight, and Oregon's the team that does it.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Any of your questions, takes, predictions on the NFC North this year or any of the 4 teams in it, We'll take them. 310-840-4910. But Brad, let's get to your team. Your Chicago Bears, the reigning NFC North champions. Biggest question facing your Bears this year? I won't even present you with what I feel like could be the top two options. I'll go ahead and let you tell everybody, the viewer, the listener, and of course me. What's the biggest question facing the Bears this year?
Yeah, I saw the one that you actually wrote down, though I think it's a warranted question. I think it's a defense, man. Can they be even semi-competent? Because I have severe reservations that the Bears can even deliver on that low-level expectation. The back end was highly exposed and vulnerable last season. In the trenches, they were highly exposed and occasionally vulnerable last season as well. I don't know if they made enough improvements to be a top half unit and one that is going to be a certifiable winner of this division this year as a result. So maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can gel. Maybe they can galvanize. Maybe they can be that top 15, top 16 overall defense in terms of yards allowed, in terms of takeaways. And they were extraordinarily good at takeaways last season, but they're going to have to be highly reliant on those INTs, those fumble recoveries again. I think that's more of an anomaly, what they accumulated last season, than the actual standard. So for me, it's once again all about that D for my Chicago Bears. Hopefully there will be more monsters of the midway and not mice of the midway, which I really fear.
Yeah, because again, you look back at the turnover department last year, and that's what saved the Chicago Bears, and that's what made their defense, I guess, not serviceable, but good, despite having a bottom half unit in basically every other department, in terms of yards per game allowed. The Bears were 29th out of 32. The secondary was pretty decent at limiting the explosive pass plays, but man, could you run on the Bears? They were only the Bills, Jets, Commanders, Giants, and Bengals gave up more rushing yards per game than the Chicago Bears. But those 33 takeaways, 23 picks, 10 fumble recoveries led the NFL. And the fact that Caleb Williams in the offense didn't give the ball away, only 11 giveaways, a plus 22 differential. That was a +5 better than the Texans and +9 better than everybody else in the NFL. So, man, in terms of the turnover department, you couldn't have asked for much more if you were Chicago. Now, again, Brad, you don't need me to tell you, somebody that's doubting the Bears this year, that number normally regresses a little bit back towards league average. So, can their defense be better at stopping the run? Can they do a better job in the red zone if those turnovers don't happen? And so a lot of pressure on Dennis Allen's shoulders this year as the defensive coordinator. But again, on the offensive side, it's all about Caleb Williams, Mr. Clutch, leading fourth quarter comeback after fourth quarter comeback. Iceman, as he was calling himself, trying to get it trademarked here. We know that under year 2 under Ben Johnson, you're hoping he gets those 4,000 yards. You're hoping the Bears return back to the playoffs. So outside of Caleb Williams, who do you have the feels for on this offense? Who are you most excited to watch?
Well, in light of Kyle Monungai's injury, the hyperextension of his knee and listed as week to week, so really putting his week one into jeopardy right now. And, of course, the Bears open in Charlotte against the Carolina Panthers. How about DeAndre Swift? Look, I have my doubts about DeAndre Swift when he came over, from a prior stint with the Detroit Lions and, of course, with the Philadelphia Eagles. Could he deliver the goods as being a primary running back in this offense? Honestly, exceeded my expectations last season. Now, you look on paper, the advanced analytics were not extraordinary by any stretch of the imagination. He was number 26 in yak per attempt, only forced a missed tackle 17.6% of the time, but he was number 12 in yards created per touch, saw 61.1% of the opportunity share. He's got the 14th easiest fantasy running back overall strength of schedule. That D, of course, a concern because will the Bears have a number of positive game scripts? Very much up in the air, but that offensive line could be a top 5 unit overall. And, of course, with the light in front, so he's going to see early and often due to the presence of Roma Dunze, hopefully Luther Burden, Colson Loveland, and, of course, Caleb Williams. He stands to benefit. So DeAndre Swift, a guy you're getting at like RB24, RB25 in average drafts right now, has a chance to turn a tidy profit. I think he finishes just inside the top 20 fantasy running backs whether half point PPR or full point per reception leagues this season. So I got me some feels from Mr. Swift.
Yeah, and last year I think he surprised me, and I'm sure he surprised probably a decent amount of Bears fans and a lot of people because, coming over from the Eagles, it already looked like a guy that was maybe just a bit on the decline. And, he finished just under 1,000 rushing yards in year one with the Bears, but I know that there were some struggles early on in that season. Again, the first 3 games of 2024, he had 10 carries for 30 yards, 14 carries for 18 yards, and then 13 carries for 20 yards. And at that point, I'm sure you all, the Bears fans, were like, dude, get this guy out of here. This guy is washed. Since then, I mean, he was awesome the rest of the year. And last year was consistent, great in the red zone, great job leading the rushing attack. Him and Monangai was a great pairing together. I mean, that running attack, man, they were lethal. I watched them just run over the Philadelphia Eagles in that Black Friday game.
Did.
So, another year under his belt, especially with the tutelage now of Ben Johnson and the outside zone run scheme. Very interested to see how DeAndre Swift operates again, especially with some more touches coming his way, at least in the early going with the injury to Monangai. I got the feels for Colston Loveland. And, again, I've said it. I think he could be the best. I think he could be the best tight end in football. Maybe it's a little bit recency bias, seeing how strong he exploded in the last few games of the season. Colston Loveland only had one game with more than 65 receiving yards in the first 16 weeks of the season. And then week 17 against the Niners, 6 for 94 and a touchdown. Week 18 against the Lions, 10 for 91 and a touchdown. The game against the Packers, 8 for $137, and then 4 for 56 against the Rams. And he just looked like a dominant, I'm going to say it, and it might be crazy. He looked like Tony Gonzalez. He looked like prime Travis Kelce, the way that he was catching the ball and running people over and making guys miss. He had the speed of a receiver, man. So, yeah, I mean, how could you not see the way he finished the year and be excited for him? I think Colston Loveland, I don't see regression coming. I think he's going to have a massive year.
Pat, I love when you talk dirty to me. I just want to throw it out there right now. You're comparing Colston Loveland to an NFL legend and Tony Gonzalez. Well, you know what? I love that comparison so much that Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Let's get the dinner game earlier on that Indian time. Oh, man, you and I, my friend, on a similar loving wavelength with Colston Loveland. I think he's going to be the best tight end in fantasy football this season. Yeah, better than Brock Bowers. Yes, better than the Bridezilla Trey McBride. I'm taking the over. 800.5 receiving yards at -110. I think he is going to best this number by a full 200 yards. Yeah, I think he's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver at the tight end position. And he only got 5.1 targets per game last year. I think it's going to ratchet up at least a full target per game this season. He was number 4 in total air yards among all tight ends. He was number 6 in yards per route run. He had an outstanding 123.1 passer rating when targeted by Caleb Williams. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected for 898. Mike's underselling it. Colston Loveland is going to be sensational this year. 1,000 yards. Mark it down right now. There's a caveat here, as long as he plays 17 games. But 800.5 yards receiving, way too low of a prop right now at our friends at BetMGM.
Yeah, and again, that's always the disclaimer and the warning about any player in the NFL, especially any offensive player. You hope that injury bug doesn't bite them. You hope that even if it does, they don't have to miss more than 2 games. And like you said, for that specific play you just mentioned with Colston Loveland, yeah, you'd love to see him play every single game. Brad, as much as I am loving Colston Loveland's prospects this season, as much as Caleb Williams proved me and a lot of people wrong last year, and as great of an offensive mind as I do think Ben Johnson is, I still think this defense is going to let the Bears down this year. And so I think they're going under 9.5 wins. Yeah. I think they're missing the playoffs. I don't think Dennis Allen is that great of a defense coordinator. Now, again, I guess you have to give him credit for all those takeaways, right? Because that just doesn't happen. That's not a fluke. Again, I do think regression will be coming. That doesn't mean what they did last year was fluky in terms of getting the turnovers. I just think if you play these 17 games out again this year, They're not getting those amount of turnovers. It's just an absurd amount of interceptions that they had on some tip passes, being in the right spot at the right time, and specifically some vets that they lost, like Kevin Byard, who I thought was great. He had 7 of them, 8 of them last year. Now I'm excited about the rookie Dylan Thieneman. Those are big shoes to step into. In the pass rush, which was banged up last year, they're going to have to get to the quarterback. Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Dio Adingbo, who was hurt for most of last year. Those guys got to do their job. I just don't believe in this Bears defense, especially with the offenses that are in this division in Detroit. And yes, I know the Packers were mid, and again, I could be wrong. We'll see. Time will tell, but I think the Packers offense is going to be great this year. So I just think that in their own division, you got some really special offenses that I think are going to give the Bears a lot of trouble. And I think you just look at their schedule altogether, which you can debate how tough it is. Again, some of the other top offenses they're going to be playing this year, I think are going to give them a lot of trouble. So I think this Bears defense, if they do miss the playoffs, that's ultimately going to be the reason why. 310-840-4910. We come back. We'll quickly touch on the Vikings because I think it doesn't need a whole lot of debate back and forth what the biggest question is in Minnesota this year. But we'll touch on them really quickly, and we'll hit some over-unders for some quarterbacks this season. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So we have a Melbourne, Australia game, Thursday, September 10th. You can do this. I just despise the fact that it's a gigantic division game with 2 potential Super Bowl teams, with the Niners and the Rams. Like, these games should be played in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So you want to have a game in Melbourne? Good day, mate. I understand. Put a couple shrimp on the barbie, watch some American football. I get it. Shout out to Dumb and Dumber. But I hate that it's the Rams and the 49ers in the game. But alas, it is. So now we stop bitching and we start handicapping. The Rams, 3.5-point favorites, total of the game, 48.5. And this point spread went up when Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. And presumably there will be a bump if and when, and I think it's likely to be when, Aaron Donald decides to unretire and joins the Los Angeles Rams defense. And there's so much buzz, deservedly so, around the LA Rams. I'm not going to do like the debate show trope where it's like, well, let me tell you why actually getting Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald is bad for the LA Rams. Like, it's not bad. And let's leave Donald alone for a second. Getting Myles Garrett is spectacular. He's the best defensive player in the league. Set the sack record. Defensive player of the year. And by virtue of having Myles Garrett, and I said this when they made the trade for him, so much praise is heaped on Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, and Puka Nacua and this Rams offense. And you get it, right? We're in a fantasy football world, myself included. So Puka excites you, and Devontae excites you, and Kyron Williams excites you. And if you're a sicko like me, Terrence Ferguson excites you, right? But if you asked me, hey, Nick, which Rams unit do you feel better about this year? Offense or defense? It's the defense, and it's not close. You can poke some holes in the Rams' offense. I don't think they've got any speed. I don't like the 2 offensive tackles, Alaric Jackson and Warren McClendon. You can't really poke many holes in this Rams defense. The defensive line is absolutely loaded with Myles Garrett and Fisk and Young and Turner. It's insane. And wait until Aaron Donald joins the mix if that happens. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson coming over at corner from the Kansas City Chiefs, one in a trade, one in a signing. Like, this is good stuff for Chris Shula and the LA Rams defense. And I think in most games, against most coaches and most play callers and most schemers, the Rams are going to be they are going to know, based on the way you are protecting, exactly what you're doing on offense before the play is called. Think about that for a second. Because I think when we try and go through in our heads like schematic advantages in the NFL, we go to like Ben Johnson with the Bears and how he's going to destroy your defense and set you up to do something. I think the Rams' main schematic advantage this year is going to be defensively. They're going to know what you've got planned for that play based on how you're looking to block Myles Garrett and the other players on. Wait till Aaron Donald joins. So they're going to have the advantage over almost every team in the league. Maybe, except this one. With this coach. With Kyle Shanahan. And, the Niners are always the walking wounded. Mike Evans is in and out of practice. Christian McCaffrey's in and out of practice to the point that Kyle Shanahan has to address it yesterday, saying if this were, a regular practice, he'd be out there. Doesn't think it has anything to do with his contract. I don't believe him, but just saying. Ricky Pearsall's out for the year. Even Kyle Shanahan himself is banged up after his car accident a little over a month ago. And because of that, you should all be ashamed. Because you're sleeping on this team and this coach. Kyle Shanahan, if you had to trust any coach, I guess you could maybe say Ben Johnson. Maybe you want to throw Andy Reid out there. I kind of think Andy's lost his fastball a little bit. So maybe you want to say Ben Johnson. Kyle Shanahan, for me, is the easy answer. Which coach do you trust to throw the Sean McVay defense, the Chris Shula defense with Myles Garrett and company off balance? It would be Shanahan. And yeah, like the Niners have some injury woes at the moment. It's August 19th. Now look, we get there to Melbourne, Australia, week 1, and the Niners are the walking wounded, I might feel a little differently. But as it stands right now, I don't even need the points. I'll take them, but I don't need them. I think the San Francisco 49ers walk into Melbourne as the underdog and walk out 1-0, beating the LA Rams in both teams' season opener.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Oh, look, Cash Out. I haven't heard this song in years. No, right around with that Nina. That's a 9mm handgun, by the way. I'm not riding around with any Nina. I promise you that. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Did you know if I asked you what a Nina was, Brad, in slang for what would you think that was?
A Nina? I mean, a 9 would make a ton of sense. So I probably would have gone there at some point, or I would have said, is that somebody's cousin?
Yeah. Yeah, because I had no idea for the longest time. I was like, he's talking about a girl? Is he riding around with Nina? Like, is Nina just his girl? No, he's talking about a handgun. She could be hot if, smoking hot barrel. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, we've been deep diving the NFC North here for the last, for most of this hour. We're talking to Tim Twentyman coming up at the top of the hour, just over 10 minutes from now. Covers the Detroit Lions for Lions.com, so can't wait to get all of his scoops, insights, and what's been going on at Lions training camp, especially this week as the Lions are preparing to take on the Commanders on Saturday. And we may or may not see some significant starters for both teams coming up on Saturday. So that might be a fun game to watch to kick off your Saturday afternoon. But really quickly, let's finish off here with the Minnesota Vikings, Brad. I mean, it's obvious. The biggest question facing the team this year, how does the Kyler Murray experiment go? Not only is it going to affect what their plans are at quarterback in 2027 and beyond, I think it could affect the plans of Kevin O'Connell. I think the way that we view him as a head coach, it could change dramatically if things go sideways this season. But when we look at this offense here, Brad, who is the player to look out for in 2026, if not Kyler Murray?
Oh, it's got to be Justin Jefferson. My goodness. Look, he's got the flashy bling bling around the neck, and he wants to shine. And he had just a despicable quarterback play last season, barely got over 1,000 yards, despite the hefty target share and the just excessive overall targets that he got. There were just misconnections abound. And I think that could change. I think it will change, quite frankly, with the master of the Call of Duty now under the controls of this offense, and that being Kyler Murray. Why? Because I believe in KOC, the schematics he's going to have. I think Kyler Murray is a more accurate quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. I think he's a better downfield thrower. I think he's just flat out better in all facets of the game. We hope he's motivated and committed to playing American tackle football. And if he is, Justin Jefferson's going to get back to 110 catches, at least 1,350 yards, and mark me down for at least 7 touchdowns as well. He will be fantasy elite again this year. So buy on the bear. Take the discount. I've seen him slip into like round 3 of fantasy drafts, and I'm like, why? Because he had one lousy year. That wasn't his fault. He got an upgrade in talent at the quarterback position. Buy. And Justin Jefferson, he is really a bargain basement purchase right now, given the ADP and the spring back he's going to have here in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 1,000%. The fact that he might be slipping into look, if Justin Jefferson is still available in the 3rd round of my fantasy football draft, which is coming up in about 2 weeks from now, I mean, my goodness, I'll be taking that to the freaking bank, baby. Look, and I've been doubting Kyler Murray, and I'm not a believer in the Vikings this year, and I think Kyler Murray is years removed from his best football and might not ever get back there. But I mean, come on. If Justin Jefferson got 1,000 yards last year with the collection of J.J. McCarthy, Max Brosmer, and a couple of games of Carson Wentz. So, I mean, come on. Like, let's be honest here. Justin Jefferson stays healthy. He ain't going to get 1,300, 1,400 yards with double-digit touchdowns. Even Kyler Murray knows where the bacon needs to go here in this offense. So, yeah, same with you in terms of Justin Jefferson having a big bounce-back season. And then my favorite team-related play, Brad, it's the same as yours. Not only do I think Jay Jettas is going to have a big bounce-back year, I think the number 2 receiver in this offense, the deep ball threat, Jordan Addison, is once again going to have a big year. I like over 650.5 receiving yards, and I know you do as well.
Yeah, I concur. I think it's going to be at least 750 for Jordan Addison, even in maybe 15 games played. I mean, the guy's got excellent separation skills. He only had a 70.1 passer rating when targeted last year because of that despicable trio of quarterbacks that had him tossing wounded ducks in his general direction. So much like Justin Jefferson, a big bounce back year for Jordan Addison, who, tying it back to fantasy, you're getting as a wide receiver 4 right now in terms of ADP and 12-team formats. Bargain basement buy.
Yeah, and by the way, producer Brandon Combs says in our show chat, if Justin Jefferson is available in the 3rd round of your draft, it means you passed on him twice too. And Monty said, I was just going to say that. Well, yeah, I mean, okay. Well, I'd probably get him in the 2nd round. Or maybe if I had the first, if I do get the first pick and 2 full rounds go by, then I'm taking him with the first pick of the 3rd round. All right? So I should take it easy.
There you go.
Take it easy. By the way, Combs also says Codmaster might be a legit nickname. And that was just poetic. I don't know if you meant to do that or not, Brad. Codmaster under the controls for this offense. That's some of your finer work. That's brilliant stuff.
Thank you very much. I did see in relation to the Penn State drug story, Snow Paterno yesterday, and I chuckled out loud.
Snow Paterno and Pablo Plejkabar. I mean, my goodness, dude. My goodness. I was debating whether or not we should focus and devote a full segment to that story because it is just utterly insane. Maybe
it really is.
Maybe when we need an extra 5-10 minutes to kill. All right. In 30 seconds or less, you gave us Herbert, Mahomes, CJ Stroud, and Tyler Shuck and their passing touchdown totals for this season. Which is your favorite one for this year, either over or under?
I'm taking the over on Justin Herbert, 24.5 pass TDs, because I believe in the offense. I believe in the genius of Mike McDaniel. And I think Herbert, Mr. Madison Beer, is going to have a damn good season. I know you vehemently disagree, but I think he's going to throw for at least 26. All I need is 25 to cash. I'm in.
All right, there you go. 310-840-4910. We're going to talk more in depth on the Detroit Lions when we come back and talk to Tim Twentyman, who covers the team for Lions.com. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
I've liked them for months. I've been saying for months that I think the Texans have the upside to go to the Super Bowl. Certainly the upside to play on Championship Sunday. Now it seems like it's en vogue that everybody loves the Texans. And I'm not insinuating that people are parroting what I'm saying, but I guess it was a little more obvious than I thought. That if you take this defense, right, which, assuming health, and you could say this about any team, right? If injury strikes, they're in trouble. But if the Texans defense is going to be healthy, like they are going to be a top 3 defense in the league, it's almost impossible for them not to be. They have the best players. So if they're healthy, they are going to dominate defensively. And if that's true, and I believe it is, then all C.J. Stroud has to be is average, and they're going to win a ton of games. I don't need C.J. Stroud to be Warren Moon. I don't need him to be Pat Mahomes. I don't need him to be Josh Allen. I don't even need him to be rookie season C.J. Stroud for this to all come to fruition. I need him to not suck, which he did at points at the end of last year. And if that's true, and he doesn't suck, how are the Texans not winning 11 or 12 games, 13 games this year? My sense is, given Josh Allen's foibles in Houston against the Texans, and we even alluded to it, Danny and I did, in one of the Josh Allen playoff losses, which was his first playoff game, which was on the road in Houston, in Allen's second season, when the Texans won by 3 in overtime, and then the next week, if you'll recall, they went up, Deshaun Watson and Houston did, 21-0 on the road in Kansas City against the Chiefs before the Chiefs scored like 55 unanswered points, and I'm only exaggerating by a little bit. So Josh Allen, Houston has kind of been a house of horrors for Josh Allen. My guess is a lot of people are going to like the Texans in week 1 because of that. Well, look at Josh Allen against the Texans defense, right? A lot of people love the Texans this year. Houston's at home. Price of the game is basically pick the winner. Makes me nervous. It's being branded as like the Robert Saleh revenge game because the Jets fired him a couple years ago. By the way, they were correct to fire him. He's a terrible head coach. Seems to be a nice guy and is a objectively awesome defensive coordinator in the NFL. But he's a bad coach. And I don't think Cam Ward's got the goods. He was brutal last week in week 1 of the preseason. And I get it. It's just week 1 of the preseason. I understand that. But coming off of last year, which was, by any account, a pretty bad rookie season for Cam Ward, where I think we expected, even if the wins and losses weren't there necessarily, you expected some more from Cam Ward. You wanted him to at least be competent in that first preseason game. He didn't have to go, 4 for 4 with 4 touchdowns. That's not what it had to be. But you wanted like a certain level of competence from Cam Ward. I don't think you got it. And I'm worried about what the Tennessee Titans are going to be this year. And on the flip side, I think there's optimism for the Jets this year. And I wouldn't be shocked. You call me crazy, you will. I get it. I understand. And I can be wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron Glenn won Coach of the Year. After what happened last year, as bad as the Jets were, if the Jets win enough games this season that Aaron Glenn wins Coach of the Year, or at the very least is one of the finalists for Coach of the Year. And I'll make a guarantee right now for everybody. Last year, if you took the number of interceptions the Jets had as a team and multiplied it by 1 million, it would be 0. Seems impossible. Full season, 0 interceptions. Here's my guarantee for everybody. The Jets will pick off Cam Ward at least once in week 1. I don't need the points. Jets are going to beat the Titans in week 1. Gang Green starts 1-0. The Tennessee Titans in their sweet new Houston Oilers-inspired uniforms will start 0-1.
Your
Again, 20 minutes.
Night Huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Wednesday night show kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We did our deep dive on the NFC North last hour. We go even deeper now in the Motor City. Let's talk about the Detroit Lions trying to reclaim their throne atop the NFC North this year after an injury-ravaged season on the defensive side of the football last year. And we go to the guest line and talk to Tim Twentyman, who is the Detroit Lions senior writer and insider for Lions.com. Tim, it's Brad and Pat. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing great, man. Look, Dan Campbell said on Monday, let's just jump right into the preseason action here before we look at some of the broader season-long storylines. But I know that Dan Campbell said on Monday that the plan for this second preseason game versus the Commanders is to, quote, play a significant amount of starters, end quote. Dan Campbell would not reveal who is and is not going to play. I'm going to say it's safe to assume that the main stars of this team will play on Saturday afternoon at home after virtually nobody played last week. From what you've gathered, what do you think the plan is looking like for Saturday?
Yeah, I could see a large chunk of them. Maybe you don't see like an Aiden Hutchinson. Maybe you don't see an Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know that definitively, but they're going to get a chunk of the work. And look, Dan Campbell has kind of, bucked the trend of the NFL recently where they do a lot of these joint practices. Well, the Lions aren't doing them this year. They're just handling all their business in-house at the Meyer Performance Center. And look, he talked about, not many teams have an Aiden Hutchinson that can go against Penei Sewell. They don't have an Amon-Ra St. Brown, that can go against a DJ Reed. They think that they have a big enough collection of stars, a Gibbs versus a Jack Campbell in coverage, that they get enough work in-house that they didn't want to do that. But he did feel it was important. It's their one home game of the preseason, Saturday versus Washington. He does want to see the offensive line combination where there's a lot of, moving pieces up there. I think it's important for those guys to get a few snaps in a game situation against the defense they haven't seen. So I think we'll see most of them. There could be a sprinkling of one or two or a few guys that don't play, but we're going to see most of the guys get some work Saturday.
Good stuff. Tim, Dave Montgomery is out. Isaiah Pacheco is in. With Knuckles no longer part of this franchise, it's safe to assume Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be the workhorse. Last season, Gibbs earned just shy of 64% of the opportunity share. Do you believe that climbs this year, his opportunity share number? And tell us why fantasy managers who may be lucky enough to have the number 1 overall pick in their drafts should absolutely take Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that number clicks up closer to 75%, guys. I really don't.
Wow.
Obviously Jahmyr signed that extension. He is their bell cow. That's how Dan Campbell has referred to him, this offseason. I think where fantasy owners are going to be really excited about Jahmyr this year is in the passing game. He's gone over and done one-on-ones with the wide receivers, the only running back in Detroit to do that. We've seen him shift over in Drew Petzing's offense into the slot. And look, this is a guy who caught 66 passes for 600 yards and I think it was 5 touchdowns last year to go along with the 1,200 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns. So he's going to be a huge part of this offense, both in the run game and the pass game. Look, they're going to mix in Pacheco, but look, Jahmyr Gibbs is 24 years old. He's split carries for a lot of his time, especially early. There is a lot of tread on the tires, and they're going to run him. Every time he touches the ball, he can go to the house. and they want to maximize those opportunities. It's his running back room now. It's really his offense in terms of the backfield. And so I wouldn't be surprised, guys, 70% of the carries and the workload in the backfield is going to belong to Jahmyr Gibbs. If I had the number one pick, it'd be tough between him and Bijan, because Bijan, I think, is a similar type player that's going to have the same impact in Atlanta. But, I think Jahmyr would be my number one pick. I think he's going to have a monster season.
Yeah, it could be a slightly more healthy environment, too, offensively compared to the Atlanta Falcons. Great stuff there, Tim. Tim, any football fan with a pulse knows that Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to catch roughly, 10,000 balls. I might be underselling it this season. But what are your thoughts on Jamison Williams in year 3? The speedster has topped 1,000 yards with 7 touchdowns in consecutive seasons. Do you think it's going to be more of the same this fall? Also, Isaac Tesla, I know there's been reports that he has struggled in camp, but do you feel that he's going to play any kind of factor this season?
Yeah, well, let's start with saying, he's going to get 100 catches. He's going to get 1,200 yards, and he's going to get 10 touchdowns. You can just mark that down right now. That's how it is. He is the security blanket for quarterback Jared Goff. He's their third down guy, along with Sam Laporta, who I also think is going to have a good season. But look, St. Brown is almost been uncoverable at times in Lions practice. It's the best he's looked, and I'm talking about an all-pro player, a top 5 receiver, and this is the best I've ever seen him in Detroit. He's been terrific. And so I think he's headed for a monster season. With J-Mo, the one thing about J-Mo is, look, we know this, right? You count on hand the guys in this league that are as fast as J-Mo. And so you always think about the go route and taking the top off the defense, right? And those big plays, and we're going to see that. But it's his evolution in terms of his route tree. It's him being able to, give them that look like he's going, down the field, drop his hips, come back. He had a great play the first team period in practice today. A key 4th down, they had to get it. And J-Mo, tries to take the top off the defense, drops those hips, comes back, has a 20-yard gain in a tough catch in pretty close coverage. And I think that's the evolution of Jamison Williams, is just picking up the route, doing more things, being able to do those comebacks and crossers and utilizing his speed more than just the downfield stuff. So I would expect his catches to tick up. I think he's going to have another, 1,000-yard season. I think he's going to be right there. But I think it's just, he's going to do more than just be that deep guy. And I think that's, exciting for the Lions and for him. And when you come to Tesla, he didn't have many opportunities last year. I think it was, 16 receptions, but 6 of those were touchdowns. I think where Tesla is really gonna make his hay is in the red zone. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. They don't have another guy like that in that wide receiver room in Detroit. He can make contested catches. He can go up and catch those balls in crowds and those 50-50 balls. And so, look, there's only one football, and we've already talked about Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And, you've got one of the top 5 tight ends in the league in Sam Laporta. So there's not a lot of opportunities for Tesla. So I don't think he's going to be a high production catch guy. But I think, in terms of the touchdowns and the red zone chances, those fades inside the 10-yard line when you get a one-on-one matchup. And look, because of all those weapons we just talked about, he's going to see the number 3 corner. He's going to see, favorable coverages and matchups that suit him, especially in the red zone. I think that's where Tesla's going to make his hay. He's had a few of the drops in camp. He's still working on his quickness, getting separation, early in his routes. But that stuff is going to come. And I think really where he's going to benefit the most is he's going to get those favorable matchups in the red zone when all defenses are worrying about everybody else. Oh, yeah, there's that 6'4" guy, that 220-pound guy over on the other side. I can go catch a high ball against the number 3 cornerback. That's where he's really going to benefit this offense and make his money, I think.
We're talking to Tim Twentyman here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Tim is the senior writer for the Detroit Lions and senior insider. He's also host of 20 Men in the Huddle. Make sure you check out that podcast wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow him on Twitter as well at T20man, spelled 20man. That's a pretty sick last name, by the way, Tim. Either way, talking all things Detroit Lions here. Tim, what do you think the expectations for rookie Derek Moore are on the edge? I mean, with all the attention on Aiden Hutchinson from opposing teams, just how integral of a role will Derek Moore have? Because I feel like I've seen a lot of conflicting different opinions and reports on the rookie edge rusher.
Well, you should go to DetroitLions.com right now because I wrote about Derek Moore today in my notebook because he had the best practice that I have seen him have. Now, he missed, close to 2 weeks early in camp. He had groin injury, so he's been back now for about a week, and today was the best practice he's had. A couple sacks in team periods. Him and Aiden Hutchinson met at the quarterback, and that's what Lions fans have been craving for. Ever since Detroit took Aiden Hutchinson with the number 2 pick in 2022, he's an all-pro. He's a top 5 edge player in this league, but can they get him some help? Who's that guy on the other side that can take advantage of all those one-on-ones that you see when you play opposite a premier player? And so, look, they took Derek Moore in the second round. Here's a guy who had 10.5 tackles for loss, had 10 sacks at Michigan last year, led the Big Ten in terms of his pass rush win rate at close to 20%. And look, he's an athletic guy who can do a lot of different things. And they went out and got DJ Wanham. They got Derek Moore. They liked what Ahmad Hassanin, their late round draft pick last year, has done. They've got some other guys there. So they think they're deeper along the edge than they've been in Dan Campbell's tenure in Detroit. And if Derek Moore continues to play like he practiced today, I think Lions fans are going to be really excited. He's going to make his preseason debut on Saturday against Washington. He's excited for it. I think Lions fans are excited for it. He can do a lot of different things. He's pretty versatile there, but they're excited about this young pass rusher. They think he's got a ton of upside, and we're going to get our opportunity to see him in his first NFL action on Saturday, and Lions fans should be pretty excited about that, especially with how he's played, certainly today, but the last few days, he's been really, really good, and he's working himself into more and more reps. The Lions are excited about him.
Tim, I have a feeling I know where this is going to be answer-wise because you already referenced a name. I'm going to ask anyway. Sat by a back setback. It cost him 7 games last season. Sam Laporta is hoping to bounce back. How important is the tight end of Jared Goff in this passing attack? And do you envision him returning to the 7 to 10 touchdown range this fall, provided he stays upright? Remember, prior to last year, he had 7 touchdowns and then 10 touchdowns the year before that. So is it going to be more of that version of Sam Laporta? Again, how important is he to this offense?
From what we've seen in camp, I would expect him to go back to those first 2 seasons in terms of his production. And look at the new offensive coordinator in Detroit. It's Drew Petzing, and he was in Arizona the last 3 years. Well, look what Trey McBride did in this offense the last few years in Arizona. Now, some of that was injury related, and they were missing some running backs and wide receivers, and you kind of have to play to who you got. But this is a very tight end friendly offense. I talked to Sam about that. He said, Drew Petzing likes to get those matchups, and if you get Sam Laporta on a safety, if you get Sam Laporta on a linebacker, good luck. And, like we've talked about before with all these weapons, you can't double everybody. And you're going to get some favorable matchups in here. And Trey McBride has become one of the best tight ends in the league, if not the best in terms of his production in the last 2 years. And so Sam is really excited to get in this offense that utilizes 12 personnel and utilizes 13 personnel and looks to, do some of those things in terms of getting favorable matchups against the defense. And Sam's looked great. He won a team period, yesterday with a 25-yard touchdown, just beating linebacker Derek Barnes on a crosser and finding his way to the end zone. And I think we're going to see a lot of that. Back injuries, back surgery, that's a little scary when you hear that, but he's been a full participant in camp. Didn't practice today. We'll have to see from Dan Campbell why. Hopefully that's not injury related. But I think when healthy in this offense with these skill weapons, I could see Sam Laporta getting back to that, 2024 kind of production, 2023 kind of production.
Wow.
Talking to Tim Twentyman here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, the senior writer and insider for the Detroit Lions on Lions.com. Make sure you give him a follow at T20man on Twitter. Talking, obviously, all things Detroit Lions here. Tim, I want to get back to the defense. How does this defense get their mojo back this year when it feels like they've been riddled by injuries for each of the past 2 seasons? And I mean, look, for fair or unfair, on paper, they just kind of look like an ordinary unit. I mean, is there a lot of pressure on defense coordinator Kelvin Shepard this season?
Yeah, I think so. I think health is the biggest thing. You talked about it. I think it's a good point by you. Is just look at the injuries the last 2 years on this defense. You lose a guy like Aiden Hutchinson. You lose a Kirby Joseph for 11 games. You lose a Brian Branch. We're talking about all pro type players. And so I think talent-wise, when you look at this defense between Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil and Jack Campbell, who happens to be one of the best Mike linebackers in the league with 176 tackles last year. And you have the best safety duo when healthy in Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. They have the talent. It's just, can they stay healthy? I mean, they haven't been able to do that last 2 years. So, I don't think it's a talent deficiency. I don't think it's a scheme problem. I think the best ability is availability. And that hasn't been the case with this Detroit Lions defense. So if they can just stay healthy, I think this can be a top half defense in this league. And look, when you have an offense as good as this Lions offense is, top 5 in total offense last year, top 5 in scoring, if you can just have a defense that's 15th or better, that's a dynamic football team. And so to me, it's really just about the health of this team. Dan Campbell talks highly of Kelvin Shepard. They did a deep dive on some of the things that were plaguing that defense and changed some things up. They led the league last year in playing base defense. I think you're going to see a little bit more of nickel this year with some of the guys that they brought in. So they're going to change a few things up schematically, but they've always felt like they have the pieces if they can just stay healthy, and that's going to be the key for this Detroit Lions defense.
And one more for you here, Tim. You mentioned new offense coordinator Drew Petzing, but how about this new offensive line as well with Taylor Decker saying, farewell and whatnot. Penei Sewell shifting over from the right side to play left tackle. We know that Cade Mays, who was a big free agent signing for them in the offseason, wrist injury, out 8 to 10 weeks. So you got competition there. Rookie right tackle Blake Miller competing for a spot, but most likely going to be the starter. How has this new look offensive line performed thus far in training camp in this preseason? And what are you expecting from them?
Yeah, ups and downs. You know what you're going to get with Penei Sewell, right? And I don't think the move from right to left tackle is a big deal for him. He's one of the best tackles in football, no matter if he's playing right or left. So that's been an easy transition. Look, you're going to have Blake Miller, the number 17th pick. He's a rookie. So, he's got to settle in a little bit. And look, he's being beat in practice, but he's being beat by Aiden Hutchinson. And I think what the great thing about him is, and I talked to him about this, is, I'm a young player in this league. I'm working on some things. I'm trying to implement them. And so then I get to practice and I go against Aiden and I'm like, okay, yep, that's not going to work. Or, okay, this works. And so he's getting that work every day, but against one of the best guys, and iron sharpens iron in his opinion. And I think he's going to be much better for it. But again, he's a rookie. And so there's going to be some ups. There's going to be some downs, but the Lions like him. He's been in that right tackle spot since day one of camp, even though they have Larry Borum, a veteran guy who they signed in free agency, who has, made starts in this league, but it's Blake Miller's job. The Cade Mays injury is a big one. That was their big free agent signing. They out in free agency this year, they signed every single player to a one-year deal except Cade Mays. He was the guy that got 3 years. He was their big piece. After struggling at that position with Graham Glasgow last year, that's a big injury for them. Now, when they traded David Montgomery to Houston, along with in that trade getting back a draft pick, they also got Drew Scruggs, who's played guard, who's played center in this league. He's probably going to start there week one, and they just got to navigate through the first 4 or 5 games without Cade Mays. But look, they like Tate Ratledge going into his second year at right guard. They thought he played really well last year. Chris Mahogany at left guard. These guys just got to get some reps. There's some new pieces in there, some guys that moved around. So, these last, few days of training camp are going to be really important for those guys. But I think they're younger. I think they're more athletic up front. And I think it's going to be a better unit than it was last year with still a top 5 offense.
Tim, great stuff, man. We appreciate all your insights so much, and I know the folks in Motor City are jacked up for another season of Lions football. So a lot of great stuff to look forward to, and that NFC North is going to be tight. We appreciate the time so much, man. Hoping to catch up with you soon. Thanks again.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
There you go. Tim Twentyman, senior writer and insider for the Detroit Lions on DetroitLions.com. Check out his podcast as well, Twentyman in the Huddle, and give him a follow on Twitter at T20man. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like, Brad, a lot of people, just like, I feel like the Lions are, and the Ravens, handshake emoji, right? I mean, the Lions are the favorite to win the NFC North when they've got a ton of questions on that defensive side. And the Ravens, I feel like they've got a ton of questions on the defensive side as well. And although Jacoby Lane continues to get a lot of hype, I mean, before training camp, before we even knew how good Jacoby Lane could be or how good he was showing it, the Ravens, favorites to win the AFC North, third favorites to win the Super Bowl. I feel like these kind of teams are mirror images of one another that I feel like they're getting a lot of respect just because of what they've done in the past. Both had down seasons last year, and I feel like a lot of people are just assuming, oh, yeah, Lions will be back. Oh, yeah, Ravens will be back. Don't you feel like there's a lot of striking similarities between these two teams?
Yeah, they're mirror images in many ways. And one area I would disagree with you on, though, is, the Ravens may be getting some publicity, some hype. I agree there's been a lot of talk about them, but who are we talking about in the NFC North? Green Bay? You're talking about your love for Jordan Love and the fact that he could be a dark horse of the MVP. You're not alone. There are a number of people with both cheeks firmly planted on the bandwagon. And the other team, the Chicago Bears. Those are the two real buzzy teams of the NFC North. And frankly, I think a lot of people are kind of glossing over the Lions, and they may be the best team on paper. So that's the stark difference that I see between Baltimore and Detroit, just how these teams are being covered and viewed in the public eye. And I think, Dan Campbell doesn't hate that there's been a lot of love thrown around with the Packers and Bears. He's going to continue to go out and do his things and probably munch on a few kneecaps as well.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It does feel like the Lions are kind of not really being talked about all that much, which could end up being the best thing for them. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Any of your takes, your questions, or your predictions on the Detroit Lions in 2026, we'll take them when we come back. And also, some nasty brawls yesterday between the Cowboys and the Saints. And what does that say about the future of joint practices? Plus, we'll do a little NFL buying or BS. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Penn State is a playoff team. I've bet them plus 360 to make the playoff. And I think that it's best described by this. Like the roster, like the moves with the coaching staff, love the schedule. The schedule is a joke. I mean, almost every game they're favored by 3 TDs. The toughest games, they host USC. They have to go to Washington. After that, that's it. I mean, the floor for Penn State in the schedule is 9 wins. That is borderline playoff. And if they win 2 of those 3 or one of those 3 that I mentioned, that's a 10-win team. It's automatically in the playoff. And I think what's important to know about D'Anton Lynn is the defensive, what he did at USC just did magician work. But when Lincoln Riley had defenses that were in the bottom 10, couldn't tackle, heavily penalized, were just getting run over by everybody. Then D'Anton Lynn moves over from UCLA, and they're all of a sudden top 15 in tackling, top 15 in havoc. Like USC started producing legit defenses. And that's all him. And now he's at Penn State. Also, I wouldn't back a USC team that can't travel. Look at their record crossing 2 time zones or more. It's horrific. Lincoln Riley I don't know if he leaves the team. I don't know if they're flying red eyes across the nation. I don't know what's going on, but USC can't travel, and they have to go to the East Coast multiple times this year. So I'm out on the Trojans. I'm in on Penn State.
I think the Dolphins are going to beat the Raiders. Straight up. Cue the Travis Scott ad lib. Straight up. It's lit. I like Miami a lot here. Now, I think Miami will not be good this season. It's actually impossible for them to be good. The roster is atrocious. Remember what I said about the Texans a couple minutes ago? That Houston's defense, pending health, is too good to be bad? Like, it's not possible for them to be bad. The Miami Dolphins are the inverse of the Texans' defense. It's not possible for them to be good. There's too many bad players still on this roster. And it's not by design. They don't want to be bad. But this is a situation that Jeff Hafley and company have found themselves in. Like the new regime in Miami. They don't have a chance this year. Like, the amount of dead money on this salary cap is stupid. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're paying Tua Tagovailoa about Jeff Bezos-style money to not play for them this year. Crazy. Like, they can't win. They can't win. But they can win this game. There's optimism around the Raiders. I share it. Especially when Fernando Mendoza gets in to the starting lineup. This defense stinks outside of Max Crosby. And my guess is Max Crosby does not end the year with the Raiders, that they will trade him at some point. They should trade him, and the Cowboys should be the team to trade for him. That's a story for another day. My big, bold prediction for this game, I think Miami is going to have 200-plus yards on the ground. 200-plus yards on the ground with Malik Willis and Devon Achane. I think there's volatility here. Now, volatility can mean that the Raiders win big. But I think there's also volatility for the Dolphins to potentially to win this game outright. So Miami plus the points, Miami to win on the road at the Raiders.
We're recording our ACC podcast tonight, and it's going to take everything inside of me not to say that they go 0-12. They're bad.
Wow.
Like they and the sentiment is not just me. Like I've been to a few media days, the Big 10 and the Big 12, and all of us, what is going on with this North Carolina program? And there's just bad decision after bad decision. The one stabling force is Steve Belichick, and he's out he hasn't been able to coach because of medical reasons. So not really sure the culture or what's going on with the players and the culture and not being able to produce. But Belichick does not have a grip on this roster like you would think that he does after his career in the NFL.
That's right. Welcome on back. Oh, yeah. Banger. All time.
Sing it, Daryl. So many good hits. All notes.
Oh. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Oh, man eater. By the way, great job by Lee, our guy in our Westwood One studios. I don't know if that sounded like that was an instrumental track, and then we let it ride a little bit longer, and then all of a sudden Lee threw the lyrics in there at the perfect time. I don't know if that was what happened or not, but I'll give him credit anyway.
That's the track. That's the track. Yeah, that's right.
Now, boys, she'll chew you up. She's a man eater. Hey, Brett, have you ever been with a man eater? Have you ever been with a woman that chews you up and spits you out? Have you ever been chewed up and spit out?
Yeah, because I married her.
Well, usually if you've been chewed up and spit out, that means you normally don't end up with that woman. That means that woman normally breaks up with you. But I guess
I'm a
what could be
masochist.
better than lifelong eternal marriage? Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
I've been chewed up and spit out before, and I feel like it was, and I'm not being arrogant, I promise, but I feel like it was one of my girlfriends in college that I was like much better looking than. Like she was punching above her weight class. And so the fact that she's the one that broke up with me, she was a sicko. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. But I mean, I guess my one friend told me, he goes, she chewed you up and spit you out. And I was like, did she? He goes, she broke up with you, didn't she? And I was like, all right. So anytime somebody breaks up with somebody, that means that they've chewed you up and spit, whatever, man.
I need details over drinks, Pat Boyle.
Oh, yeah, I got plenty. I mean, loco to say the least. 310-840-4910. Before we get back to some football talk here, just a quick scoreboard update on some games that have some playoff implications in baseball. Phillies leading the Marlins 4-1. Marlins trying to trace down that final NL wildcard spot. Phillies firmly in one. Outside chance they catch the Braves, but every win counts, and they're winning 4-1. Aaron Nola, stud tonight. He's had a brutal season, but he looked great tonight. 7 innings, a 1-run ball with 8 strikeouts. You had a Luis Ariz breakout. The hell is frozen over, Brad. Luis Ariz hit a home run tonight. That's right.
Whoa.
A 2-run shot in the 3rd inning. That's been the big difference maker as the Phillies lead the Marlins 4-1. My Yanks trying to chase down the Rays against the Orioles. Again, trying to get in that AL wildcard race. Yankees lead the Orioles 3-2. You had a Benny Barrels home run. And then Pete Alonso said, anything you can do, I can do better. Polar bear plunge solo shot in Baltimore. 3-2 Yankees right now in the bottom of the 6th. Rays and the Jays in a wild one. 7-6. Rays lead it in the bottom of the 6th. And you've got multiple Rays players with RBIs in this game. You had a Yandy Diaz 2-run home run. How about Alejandro Kirk? All the guy does is hit home runs. He went deep again tonight. He's having a big night. But the Rays led this one 7-1. It's now 7-6. Toronto not saying die easily. And then finally, a night after getting smashed 22-0, how about the Mariners up 7-0 in the 2nd inning against the Brewers? I'm sure as a Cubs fan, that's music to your ears, Brad.
Yeah, except the Cubs blew it today, so we can't gain any ground. But at least we're not losing any.
That's true. And by the way, Bobby Witt Jr., let's go streaking 0-2. So my 6-game streak is starting to look a little bit perilous.
A little sweaty.
All right.
A little sweaty.
I'm a little sweaty. 310-840-4910. Speaking of sweaty, I mean, the boys in, I honestly, I don't know if it was in New Orleans or in Dallas, but I think it was in New Orleans. The boys and the Cowboys and the Saints, they were getting sweaty. They were getting feisty. They were getting spicy. Brad, did you happen to see some of the brawls that reportedly as many as 6 fights in joint practice between the Cowboys and the Saints yesterday, including a guy that I feel like now we've got a little show bet going on because I didn't even know he existed. Brock Rechsteiner, son of the legendary wrestler Scott Steiner and the cousin of Braun Breaker. Brock Rechsteiner German suplexed some guy, showing off the family business moves. You had helmets getting launched. You had fisticuffs. It got ugly. Afterwards, Brian Schottenheimer said, yeah, that's not the way we want to do business. And, we were talking with Tim Twentyman, who covers the Lions. You know, the Lions, they don't really do joint practices anymore. I wonder if joint practices are going to become a thing of the past because so many times these teams, they're just looking to fight, man. Right? You got dudes in 95, 100-degree weather, competition flying, guys trying to make the team, and it just ends up in fight. We see this like once or twice every single season. So I wonder if joint practices might start to become a thing of the past because of this, because I don't think either teams want these things to happen. God forbid somebody were to get hurt in a fight. But, brutal between the Cowboys and the Saints.
Yeah, I did catch that. There was some outstanding footage. Check it out on social media. By the way, this is in California. That's where Dallas, of course, has their training camp every year. Remember, we talked to Mike Haas, and he escaped the just overbearing heat,
That's
the
right.
113, 115 heat index in New Orleans. Just dangerous heat down south, went west, and it's like in the low 70s. So that's where this took place. Yeah, I mean, fists were flying, utterly ridiculous. The guy's getting suplexed, which is appropriate from Scott Steiner's kid. So I ask you this: if you had to go to a wrestling move to take on another dude in a fight, what would you go with? My move, I always, my go-to figure four leg lock. Try to escape from that, punk.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if you can get somebody on the ground and then wrap their leg around yours, then yes, figure four leg lock is an absolute bone crusher. I remember I used to, I put my one younger cousin in the figure four leg lock, and he was like, "Dude, you're gonna snap my ankle. Please stop. You're not Bret Hart." Honestly, the German suplex is a good one. If you could find, like, if you could get somebody to not break away from a choke slam, I feel like there's not more of like just like a, the adrenaline coursing through your veins and what that must feel like to lift somebody up and slam them down. But honestly, I feel like a power bomb. You can't beat a power bomb.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
And I feel like you could grab somebody around the waist. If you have the strength to lift another grown man up and slam him down, power bomb would be my move of choice.
Yeah, sleeper hold an honorable mention, by the way. That's an absolute classic move. Fake as the day is long, but I still believe it works.
Yeah, right. And then the guy falls asleep. The old arm raise, 1, 2, and every single time on that third one, and then the Hulk Hogan Hulkamania.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The fact that, like, growing up and I was like, yeah, this is real. This is definitely not fake at all.
Oh, definitely. No.
310-840-4910. So, yeah, look, I mean, I don't know if the NFL is going to step in and hand out punishment. Speaking of Brock Rechsteiner, by the way, the son of Scott Steiner, he's already suspended for 6 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing policy. So, juicing probably, right? I mean, just, taking after his old man. And I was talking to Combs, our producer Brandon Combs, in the break, and I was like, well, he's not going to make the team. And he's like, no, he's going to make the team. I was like, he's an undrafted free agent that is already suspended for the first 6 games of the season. He's going to make the team. So I said to Combs, if he gets off the practice field, the practice squad at any point this year and suits up for a game and is on the 53-man roster at any point, I'll give Combs $10. So Brock Rechsteiner has a chance. Brock Rechsteiner has a chance to make Brandon Combs $10 richer at any point this season. Do you see any kind of suspensions coming from these altercations, Brad? And do you feel like maybe joint practices will be a thing of the past because so many years we just see these guys just get into fights endlessly?
No, they're going to continue, and they may not be as popular as they have been here last, few decades running. No, I don't think there's going to be any suspensions that really come of it. Guys just get heated. Guys are frustrated. That frustration and angst has really built up throughout training camp. They can't necessarily take it on their teammates unless you're Steve Smith. Remember the former Carolina Panther and wide receiver, great man. He got in fisticuffs and brawls and throwing haymakers every single training camp with his own teammates. So he was, maybe the exception of the rule of, free-flowing fights between your teammates. But, some of these guys got to take it on other humans and not on the football field where you're going to get penalized in a regular season game. So they chose to do it and join practices. They'll continue.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe they won't be as popular again. Will people follow Dan Campbell, who, we were talking with Tim Twentyman. He's kind of, they've bucked that trend. They don't like to do that, especially if you feel like you've got enough talent on both sides where your ones can just compete with one another. Then sure, there you go. But yeah, I don't know. I as much as these coaches always say, oh, we don't like what. Let me know when the first time an NFL coach says, hey, we actually love that these guys are fighting one another. Please let it continue. So even though they'll publicly say they don't want it to happen, I feel like deep down they like that competition. And I feel like sometimes you do have to get out of training camp where you are playing your same, your guys or teammates are going up against one another. It can feel a little boring. It can get a little stale And in training camp and preseason, if the preseason games aren't going to freaking matter, then I feel like these joint practices, a chance to compete with other teams' starters, especially for a team like the Cowboys and Saints don't play each other in the regular season. So it's like you're not going to worry about giving any secrets away. Why not? Why not? So I agree. I don't think the joint practices are going away. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll do buying or BS, including a devastating injury to the Houston Texans that we've got to hit on when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, perhaps Brian Fleury, Theo's dad. That's not true. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. Brian Fleury, the new offensive coordinator of Seattle, who comes over from Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, perhaps he's able to make it like Clint Kubiak never left. And the Seahawks offense doesn't miss a beat. And this running game without Zach Charbonnet early in the season and Kenneth Walker can keep it rolling with rookie Jadarian Price and George Halani and Emmanuel Wilson. And Jackson Smith and Jigba picks off where he left off last year as the offensive player of the year. Maybe that all happens. But I think there's enough questions there to say, at a point spread like this, with a quarterback like I've got in Drake May on the other side, I'll take the points with the New England Patriots. I don't know if I'll be intrepid enough, gutsy enough, ballsy enough to take the Patriots to win outright in Seattle on banner night. But to lose by 3 or less feels to me like Seattle wins this one at the gun. Give me the Patriots plus 3.5. Now, just to say this, I'll say this maybe a couple times over the course of the show. I reserve the right to change my mind on these opinions if and when there are injuries, new information presents itself. But if we get to week 1 and things remain static, mostly the same, I think I'm going to roll with these opinions. New England plus the 3.5 week 1 in Seattle.
I love them so much in week 1 that I'm starting to get scared about how much I love them in week 1. Like, they need to win that game. Period. Borderline must win week 1.
Now, do you want it to be, does it matter if they win 24-23 on a last second field goal? Or, do you need this to be, a no-doubter?
I mean, listen, if they survive in advance, it's the NFL. So I will take 24-23 on a last second field goal and be able to sleep that night. They lose 24-23 on a last second field goal, I'm going to have bloodshot eyes on first things first the next day. So there's a ton riding on that game. Carolina obviously looks pretty good down the stretch of the season. And the last time we saw them, they played the Rams very tough. And so I do think it is at least within the realm of possibilities that Carolina is better than we expect. But the Bears offense should be able to pretty much name their number against the Panthers defense. So I will be very surprised if that's not a 30-point output for the Bears.
Oregon is the team that I think is winning the national championship. And
wow.
my criticism of Dan Lanning year after year after he's been there, because remember, he came from Kirby Smart. And I said, well, the second that Eugene is able to produce a defensive line that can play in the SEC, Oregon's going to be a real national title contender. But then they line up with guys like Kayvon Thibodeau. These guys are great pass rushers. Oregon's been able to produce that, but they've never been able to produce run stoppers. And now they are loaded in the 2 deep with guys that are just going to stuff everybody behind the line of scrimmage. Dan Lanning told me at Big Ten Media Days that this is the most experienced and most talented defensive line that he's ever had. And by the way, on the other side of the ball, you have best in class at running back that's deep. best in class at wide receiver with the Corian Moore leading the way. And then Dante Moore, who was, trying to avoid questions at media days about some sort of $55 million deal with the Jets that it was on his table. And he turned down going to the NFL, turned his phone off and went and golfed for a couple weeks. So yeah, Dante Moore is back in college football only because of the Jets, I believe. So Oregon is best everywhere, except for maybe one spot. Their secondary can be challenged a little bit, but if you look at their schedule, I'm not sure who's going to get into that. The Big Ten's gone 3 straight. I think they go 4 straight, and Oregon's the team that does it.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
I was like, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I could have made that flow a little bit better. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's jump right into some NFL buying or BS here, Brad, with some training camp news. The biggest, before we get to that, actually, the biggest of the day, the biggest NFL news, probably another injury. Yet another injury. This one devastating. This is not a groin pull. This is not a hamstring pull. This is not a minor injury. The Houston Texans offense took a big hit today, and that is one of their young receivers, Jaden Higgins, out for the year, almost certainly with a torn ACL in practice today. Jaden Higgins last season in his rookie year, 525 yards and 6 touchdowns. The second-round draft pick from Iowa State last year was expected to be an integral piece in this offense behind Nico Collins, leading the rest of that receiver room. And now the Texans are almost certainly going to be without him for the entire year. We know this is a big season for the Texans offense and for C.J. Stroud and that offensive line. And now they are one of their top receivers short for most likely the entire 2026 year. This is a big blow, and we'll see if they have any corresponding move to try to make up for it. But rough day for Texans fans.
Yeah, definitely. Jaden Higgins, his arrow was certainly pointing up. A lot of people are projecting a breakout campaign for him, a guy that's a long drink of water, and definitely a prominent red zone threat. So you take him off the table for C.J. Stroud on a team that does not have a lot of wide receiver depth. Yes, Nico Collins is going to be their true blue WR1. And last season when Higgins was not on the field, when he was off of it, Nico Collins had a sky-high 29% target share. So it's going to be increased responsibility for him to make some big plays and move the chains. So that's a specialty of Collins, a guy that could really maybe push for command of the total targets among all NFL wide receivers this season. But who's going to step up in the absence of Higgins? It's going to be Dalton Schultz, a tight end. Certainly can be a bit of a jack of all trades, working underneath and on some of those intermediate routes, which would have belonged to Higgins. A lot of those coming in the red zone. Is going to be Jalen Noel, who was coming off a hamstring and finger setback that he has been dealing with this training camp. We'll see if he can get healthy and right. Is going to be Xavier Hutchinson, who had a 0.76 yards per route run mark last season, which was downright atrocious. They got Tank Dell, who's coming off that gruesome knee injury from a couple of years ago he had in Kansas City. Didn't play at all last year, still working his way back. It's tough times, to say the least, for the Houston Texans. I think the guy that stands to benefit in this offense is going to be Mandatory Montgomery. It's not because you jackals, I love him. It's because they're going to be ground and pound. It's because they're going to have an elite defense. Pat certainly believes in that. He's going to speak in more hyperbolic terms about that defense probably here in a minute. But Nico Collins, Dave Montgomery are really going to have to take on added responsibility to alleviate some of the pressure of C.J. Stroud. And ultimately, either one of those guys' production is going to boil down to, Can the offensive line just be semi-competent? I'm not sure they can, but we know this defense is going to be shut down, to say the least. Right, Pat?
Yeah, well, I think they could be 85 Bears-esque. I really do, Brad. I mean, I think this defense is going to be historically good. I mean, let's just look at what they did last year, right? The Houston Texans, number 1 defense in yards allowed per game, number 2 defense in points allowed per game, a boatload of turnovers, the second most in the NFL, third most in the NFL, only behind your Bears and the Jaguars. And not only did they get takeaways, they got sacks. They top 5 in sacks last year. And, they basically got better on defense, adding Reed Blankenship to that secondary. And you add that to the pass rush that has Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and a secondary that's the best in football, and Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, and Jalen Petrie. Yeah, this defense, I'm saying it by default, I think helps the Texans win the division. But, so this offense has some runway. There might be some bumps and speed bumps in the beginning of the season. CJ Stroud's the ultimate X factor, though, because if he plays like he did his rookie year, he's going to help the rest of that unit elevate, and they could be a 13 or a 14 freaking win team. And I said it last week. If CJ Stroud plays like he did his rookie season, with how amazing, historically good I think this defense is going to be, I don't think I can pick the Texans to win the Super Bowl before the season begins, Brad, because I just don't believe in CJ Stroud that much. But if he proves me wrong, and he's looking like rookie season CJ Stroud through the first 4 or 5 games, I'm going to say whatever Super Bowl prediction I make, screw it. It's off the table because the Texans are going to win the Super Bowl. That is how high their ceiling is, solely because of the defense. And then again, if you get rookie season CJ Stroud, I know this injury right now to Jaden Higgins is a big one, but I trust in the run game because they had 0 last year. They basically didn't have a run game once Joe Mixon went down for the season. And the offensive line, it's tough to be worse than they were last year. So it really is resting. This Texans season is going to rest upon CJ Stroud's shoulders. Do you think they make a move here, though, Brad? Do they bring in a veteran free agent receiver? Tyreek Hill, still available. Tyler Lockett, still available. A couple of other lesser-known names, but do you see Houston maybe making a move or just kind of rolling with the other guys that they got? Hutchinson, Noel, that Tank Dell is finally back healthy, plus the plethora of tight ends that they have. I don't know if the Texans, stock the cupboard here after the Jaden Higgins torn ACL. I think they kind of roll with who they have.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Higgins is a big body receiver, and there are really no proven big body receivers available right now in the market. You might say, well, about DeAndre Hopkins? He's got nothing left in the tank. I think they're going to roll with, Xavier Hutchinson, who saw extensive action last season. Can, somewhat get it done a pinch on some of the short to intermediate routes. They're going to pray that Tank Dell can rebound quickly from, again, that gnarly injury he suffered from 2 years ago. I will say this. Houston opens up here. I'm looking at the schedule here real quick. They're at home, Buffalo, week 1. Ooh, Godspeed. Oh, geez. Week 2 at home against Cincinnati. That's a tough opening act, to say the least. At Indianapolis, the Dallas Cowboys at home. At least those 3 games are at home. That Cowboys matchup in week 4, then at Tennessee in week 5. Let's say they start off 2-3, and just are kind of sleepwalking through the first half of the season. That could be a trade. Team come, deadline time, where they may invest in a downtrodden franchise trying to unload on a veteran wide receiver in the market for draft picks. So keep abreast of that. If this does not work out for them, I think Houston will be wheeling and dealing by the deadline, because that defense, as you mentioned, should be downright spectacular.
That is for sure. I would dream for the Giants to have a defense like that. Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. We got more preseason football tomorrow, baby. 2 more games to sink our teeth into, so we'll bid you adieu, and we'll talk then, my man.
Adios, amigos. I'm off to Vegas. I'll talk to you maybe tomorrow, if not Friday.
That's right. Brad is off tomorrow, but he may make an appearance on the show, and definitely, hopefully, Friday. Coming up next, the biggest disappointment in baseball this year. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight.
we have a Melbourne, Australia game, Thursday, September 10th. You can do this. I just despise the fact that it's a gigantic division game with two potential Super Bowl teams, with the Niners and the Rams. Like, these games should be played in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So you want to have a game in Melbourne? Good day, mate. I understand. Put a couple shrimp on the Barbie, watch some American football. I get it. Shout out to Dumb and Dumber. But I hate that it's the Rams and the 49ers in the game. But alas, it is. So now we stop bitching and we start handicapping. The Rams, 3.5-point favorites. Total of the game, 48.5. And this point spread went up when Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. And presumably there will be a bump if and when, and I think it's likely to be when, Aaron Donald decides to unretire and joins the Los Angeles Rams defense. And there's so much buzz, deservedly so, around the LA Rams. I'm not going to do like the debate show trope where it's like, well, let me tell you why actually getting Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald is bad for the LA Rams. Like, it's not bad. And let's leave Donald alone for a second. Getting Myles Garrett is spectacular. He's the best defensive player in the league. Set the sack record. Defensive player of the year. And by virtue of having Myles Garrett, and I said this when they made the trade for him, you know, so much praise is heaped on Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, and Puka Nacua and this Rams offense, and you get it, right? We're in a fantasy football world, myself included. So Puka excites you, and Devontae excites you, and Kyron Williams excites you. And if you're a sicko like me, Terrence Ferguson excites you, right? But if you asked me, hey, Nick, which Rams unit do you feel better about this year, offense or defense? It's the defense, and it's not close. You can poke some holes in the Rams' offense. I don't think they've got any speed. I don't like the two offensive tackles, Alaric Jackson and Warren McClendon. You can't really poke many holes in this Rams defense. The defensive line is absolutely loaded with Myles Garrett and Fisk and Young and Turner. It's insane, and wait until Aaron Donald joins the mix if that happens. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson coming over at corner from the Kansas City Chiefs, wanted to trade, wanted to signing. Like, this is good stuff for Chris Shula and the LA Rams defense. And I think in most games, against most coaches and most play callers and most schemers, the Rams are going to be able, they are going to know, based on the way you are protecting, exactly what you're doing on offense before the play is called. Think about that for a second. Because I think when we try and go through in our heads like schematic advantages in the NFL, we go to like Ben Johnson with the Bears and how he's going to destroy your defense and set you up to do something. I think the Rams' main schematic advantage this year is going to be defensively. They're going to know what you've got planned for that play based on how you're looking to block Myles Garrett and the other players on. Wait till Aaron Donald joins. So they're going to have the advantage over almost every team in the league. Maybe, except this one, with this coach, with Kyle Shanahan. And, you know, the Niners are always the walking wounded. Mike Evans is in and out of practice. Christian McCaffrey's in and out of practice to the point that Kyle Shanahan has to address it yesterday, saying if this were, you know, a regular practice, he'd be out there. Doesn't think it has anything to do with his contract. I don't believe him, but just saying. Ricky Pearsall's out for the year. Even Kyle Shanahan himself is banged up after his car accident a little over a month ago. And because of that, you should all be ashamed. Because you're sleeping on this team and this coach. Kyle Shanahan, if you had to trust any coach, I guess you could maybe say Ben Johnson. Maybe you want to throw Andy Reid out there. I kind of think Andy's lost his fastball a little bit. So maybe you want to say Ben Johnson. Kyle Shanahan, for me, is the easy answer. Which coach do you trust to throw the Sean McVay defense, the Chris Shula defense with Myles Garrett and company off balance? It would be Shanahan. And yeah, like the Niners have some injury woes at the moment. It's August 19th. Now look, we get there to Melbourne, Australia, week 1, and the Niners are the walking wounded, I might feel a little differently. But as it stands right now, I don't even need the points. I'll take them, but I don't need them. I think the San Francisco 49ers walk into Melbourne as the underdog and walk out 1-0, beating the LA Rams in both teams' season opener.
plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way, just like we do every night, Monday through Friday, as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern. It's now time for BetMGM Tonight After Dark. That's the solo portion of this program. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The Seattle Mariners have been the biggest disappointment in all of Major League Baseball this season. They should fire their manager, Dan Wilson, at the end of the year. And honestly, as it pertains to Cal Raleigh, he's been the worst player in baseball this year. And he might be, shout out to my guy Brad, because he said this earlier on our show, he might be the modern day Brady Anderson in terms of, I don't think he's ever going to replicate the 2025 season that he had last year. It's been an utter disaster. The Mariners should pack it in, even though they are still mathematically in the hunt for their division. That's how bad it's been. But there are big-time changes, I think, coming at the end of this season for Seattle. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. Does this feel like maybe it's an overreaction to what happened last night to Seattle, their worst blowout loss, and tied the record for the largest shutout in MLB history? A 22-0 pounding against the Milwaukee Brewers? Maybe it feels like this is the straw that broke the camel's back. Maybe it feels like this was the cherry on top of a bleep Sunday that has been this 2026 Mariners season. Maybe it's because of all the Little League circus mistakes you had last night. Guys dropping fly balls, guys dropping routine throws to relays to first base. Maybe it was because Julio Rodriguez, already losing 19-0 in the bottom of the 8th with position players pitching, catches the second out on the warning track and then throws the ball into the stands, allowing the Brewers to tack on 2 more runs because he thought there were 3 outs. I mean, you want to talk about kicking your own self while you're down. It was the worst loss in franchise history and what has been a gigantic disappointment of a season following off the heels of a 2025 year that felt like magic, where Big Dumper hits 60-plus bombs, nearly wins the AL MVP. He shouldn't have, by the way. It should have been Aaron Judge, and that's exactly what happened. And the Mariners come within a win of the World Series. They forced a pivotal Game 7 against the Blue Jays in the ALCS and a heartbreaking loss to end the season. Hand up if you thought that they were going to be this bad this year. Because I didn't. Because as much as the pitching staff also has not been as good as it's as advertised, it's still a top 10 pitching staff in all of baseball. I mean, they are number 10 in terms of ERA and most of the major statistical categories in baseball. The Mariners they're a pitching staff worthy of a playoff team. And that's why they are 8 games under 500. And they're not 15 games under 500 or 20 games under 500. And yes, I know the New York Mets exist, and they're also a massive disappointment, but I think the Mariners are even more of a disappointment. Because the AL West is not that good. Because the American League is not that good. Because it is almost the exact same team as a year ago that went to the ALCS. That was a win away from the World Series. That also has a top 10 pitching staff in baseball. That's why the Mariners are the biggest disappointment. I mean, you want to talk about just how putrid this offense has been dead last in runs scored. The only team, or I should say the team that's right ahead of them, is their ALCS counterparts from a year ago, the Toronto Blue Jays. Go figure. What was two of the best offenses in all of baseball last year are the two worst in terms of just pure ability to score runs. Mariners 30th, the Blue Jays 29th. And it's not because they've been unlucky. The Mariners are tied for second to last in batting average, so they just simply can't hit for singles, can't get on base. They are fourth to last in OPS. They don't generate walks. They don't have good at-bats. They don't hit extra base hits. They're in the bottom 10 in strikeouts. They strike out all the time. And it is because of the core of this lineup. It's the reason they've been so bad. It's not, well, surely J-Rod and Cal Raleigh, Rosarena, surely all these guys have been good, right? It's they don't have any depth. It's the nope. Julio Rodriguez is hitting 256, and I got to be honest, and I said it earlier this year, and I'm going to say it again. I've never seen a player get so much hype and just year in and year out deliver average numbers, just straight up average numbers, and get called a superstar. He is the definition of an average player. Maybe that's a bit harsh because most of his numbers are slightly above average, and I know batting average, and you don't got to tell me, right? I know batting average is not what it used to be. But Julio Rodriguez's batting average has now dropped every single season since his rookie year. 284 to 275 to 273 to 267 to 256. His OPS has dropped almost every single season since his rookie year. This year it's 744. His WAR, wins above replacement. How valuable is J-Rod? It was a 6 his rookie year. The lowest before this season was 4.3, and that's pretty good. That is above average. So again, this might sound harsh, but the way that Julio Rodriguez gets talked about, J-Rod gets talked about, you'd think he should be a top 10 player in baseball. He's not even close to that. This year his WAR is 2.7. And in years past, the power has been there. He's got over 30 home runs in 2 of his 5 years. He's got over 90 RBIs in 2 of his 5 years. This year, 19 homers, 52 RBIs. For a guy that swings freely, barely takes walks, he's been a massive disappointment. And that doesn't even go to explain how much further, how many universes away Cal Raleigh has been. The big dumper. Many thought should have been the MVP last year when he hit 60 home runs and had 125 RBIs. The everyday switch hitting catcher that played 159 games for a team that went to the ALCS. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. And I'm a Yankees fan and I do some work for the Yankees. So maybe this is going to sound biased and maybe it's going to sound unfair and it's going to sound harsh, but it is a fact. Aaron Judge has not played since May and has 53 hits. Cal Raleigh on the season has 52 hits. He's hitting 157 with an OPS of 570. He has a negative WAR. You know how hard that is? You know how bad you have to be to have a negative WAR, to play almost every, and I know Raleigh got hurt earlier in this year, and that definitely affected part of his season, but come on, I mean, the excuses are gone. He's played 92 games. It's not like it's been stop and start. He had the injury back in the beginning part of the season. Been healthy since. He has a negative WAR for an everyday catcher. Do you know how bad you have to be? He's the worst player in baseball this year. The worst. I don't care what anybody. You can show me another everyday player that has similar statistics. I don't know if you'll find one. And for a guy that's coming off the season he had, the heart of the order with as much expectations as there were for Cal Raleigh, worst player in baseball this year. 13 homers, 44 RBIs. He strikes out more than 1 out of every 3 at-bats. He has been an utter waste product. How could you predict that, right? How could you predict that he would have such a miserable season? I'm not sure. But I'll tell you this much. I mentioned Brady Anderson, who in 1 year had 50 home runs. Most notably played for the Baltimore Orioles for almost his entire career and was a 3-time All-Star, but also outside of that 50 home run season, never had more than 24 home runs in any other year. The year that he hit the 50 home runs, hit 297, never sniffed that again the rest of his career, or before that year for that matter. Never even had a 900 OPS in any other season of his career. That is pretty much the definition of well, again, he was a 3-time All-Star, but I feel like that's a one-hit wonder if I've ever seen it. Now, I know he was in the MVP running. I'm looking back at Brady Anderson's numbers. 1992, he finished in the MVP voting. He was 14th. But for Cal Raleigh, who has had, before last year, had a decent career. And I know this is only year 6 in the big leagues, right? It's not like year 12 or year 13. But Cal Raleigh had 3 years in a row hitting more than 27 or hitting 27 or more home runs. Like, the power had always been there. But he was a low 200 hitter with an OPS in the mid 750s, in the mid 700s. Like, again, pretty average. He just had a lot of pop. Good power hitter. And then he had the season of a lifetime. You'll never see that again from Cal Raleigh. That's why I said modern day Brady Anderson. And is he ever going to have a season as worse as this one? Probably not. It's pretty hard to do, nearly impossible. But like, I hate to pile on top here. Like, for anybody having hope in 2027, oh, well, Big Dumper's going to be back. He's got to be back. I don't think so. I mean, could he hit 25, 30 home runs for the next 2-3 seasons? Sure. But probably going to be a low 200s hitter that has an average OPS, if not below average. So I think Mariners are going to have some big questions on their hands this offseason. And I think when you have a year like this, and at the expense of me sparking the Mariners to life after they lose 22-0 last night, and I had this segment planned to talk about the entire day. But lo and behold, they did score 7 runs in the first 2 innings tonight against the Brewers. It was 7-0. It's now 7-2 in the bottom of the 4th. So I guess, hey, they've showed some spine tonight in Milwaukee. They're 8 games under 500. And at the expense, again, me willing them to life and giving them a chance to fight in the AL West, because they are only 4 games out, despite being 8 games under 500, because the Astros are at the top of the division with a 500 record. And in the American League wild card, they're only 3 games out. One little hot streak is all it takes. Now, again, highly unlikely because they play the Cubs coming up this weekend. They play the Phillies next week. The Blue Jays on the road after that. The Red Sox on the road after that. And you count the 2 games tonight and tomorrow with Milwaukee. That is 5 series. 4 of them are essentially locks for the playoffs, and the Blue Jays are back in the mix in the wild card race. Now, their schedule in September is pretty damn easy. They play the A's 7 times. They play the Angels. They play the Rockies. They play the Angels for 4 games to finish off the year. That is the bottom of the barrel. I mean, if there's time for a miracle, you better just hold on and play at least 500 ball till September and give yourself a chance. But a loss last night doesn't happen out of nowhere. That's a season long of frustration and inconsistency and a failure to meet expectations, all wrapped up into one. And oh, so what, Pat? So Julio Rodriguez made one mistake. He made one mistake in a game that was already over. No. No, there have been plenty of mental lapses this year. And I know that they've had an accumulation of injuries, but come on. Talk to 29 other baseball teams in Major League Baseball and ask them if they've suffered some injuries. I promise you, you probably won't find more than 2 teams that haven't complained about the amount of injuries they've had to their roster this year. This is a historically bad offense. And I know they've tried to shake things up. They fired their assistant hitting coach, Bobby Magallanes, back on a month ago, a couple of weeks ago. Hasn't worked. From what I've seen, several reports throughout the Mariners trying to adjust their approach at the plate, looking to be more a singles team. Oh, Mariners looking to just be more of a power. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. And Jerry DiPoto in the front office, by the way, I think that it's tough. If you're looking for a solution, it's tough to fire him. When he put together a roster that did go to the ALCS a year ago and was 1 win away from the World Series, I think you kind of buy yourself at least 2 years of safety after that. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. If the Mariners don't find a miracle in September, they're going to fire their manager, Dan Wilson. Guy that took over for Scott Service at the end of 2024, finished the year strong. Last year, they win the division. Again, 1 win away from the World Series. It might be unfair, but you cannot afford to have this brutal of a season and nobody's head to roll other than the assistant hitting coach. So, barring a September miracle, which, again, baseball's crazy. In the words of the late, great John Sterling, that's baseball, Susan. You can't predict baseball. With a weak schedule like that in September, maybe there's a 1% chance the Mariners find themselves a miracle and win that AL West or sneak in as a wild card team because they play one of the easiest schedules in all of baseball in the final month. But what gives you confidence that this offense is it's the worst offense in baseball? And all of their stars. I mean, the best of the bunch has been Arozarena. And even he has a barely above average OPS. His power numbers are down. He doesn't even have 60 RBIs. What gives you confidence that this offense is going to wake up, even against bad pitching? So the Mariners are probably going to be looking for their third manager in the last 5 years. Or third manager in the last 4 years. I guess if you include the last year of Scott's service when this season ends. And that's going to be the big change that they need to make. And I don't know who the next manager of the Mariners is going to be. But again, I know, trust me, as somebody that has spent the first several years of my career in the New York City market, I know how much of a catastrophe this year has been for the New York Mets. 12 games under 500 with that payroll and that talent on paper. I think the Mariners have effectively said, hold my beer. We're the biggest disappointment in baseball in 2026. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. For any of my Mariners fans out there, I'm sure that you probably want to punch me in the face because you've been watching all year. For any baseball fans out there, you've seen it as well. Do you give the Mariners any chance to pull off a miracle? And would you fire Dan Wilson if this team doesn't make the playoffs at the end of the season? 310-840-4910. Get your calls, we'll get your texts. And when we come back, another tough day at the office for Paul Skeens. What is Pittsburgh waiting for? We'll explain when we come back. Plus, we'll get you a scoreboard update here on a busy Wednesday night. Another big night of division races and teams with playoff implications and some big results to get to. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Now, I've liked them for months. I've been saying for months that I think the Texans have the upside to go to the Super Bowl. Certainly the upside to play on Championship Sunday. Now it seems like it's en vogue that everybody loves the Texans. And I'm not insinuating that people are parroting what I'm saying, but I guess it was a little more obvious than I thought. That if you take this defense, right, which, assuming health, and you could say this about any team, right? If injury strikes, they're in trouble. But if the Texans defense is going to be healthy, like they are going to be a top 3 defense in the league, it's almost impossible for them not to be. They have the best players. So if they're healthy, they are going to dominate defensively. And if that's true, and I believe it is, then all C.J. Stroud has to be is average, and they're going to win a ton of games. I don't need C.J. Stroud to be Warren Moon. I don't need him to be Pat Mahomes. I don't need him to be Josh Allen. I don't even need him to be rookie season C.J. Stroud for this to all come to fruition. I need him to not suck, which he did at points at the end of last year. And if that's true, and he doesn't suck, how are the Texans not winning 11 or 12 games, 13 games this year? My sense is, given Josh Allen's foibles in Houston against the Texans, and we even alluded to it, Danny and I did, in one of the Josh Allen playoff losses, which was his first playoff game, which was on the road in Houston, in Allen's second season, when the Texans won by 3 in overtime, and then the next week, if you'll recall, they went up, Deshaun Watson and Houston did, 21-0 on the road in Kansas City against the Chiefs before the Chiefs scored like 55 unanswered points, and I'm only exaggerating by a little bit. So Josh Allen, Houston has kind of been a house of horrors for Josh Allen. My guess is a lot of people are going to like the Texans in week 1 because of that. Well, look at Josh Allen against the Texans defense, right? A lot of people love the Texans this year. Houston's at home. Price of the game is basically pick the winner. Makes me nervous. It's being branded as like the Robert Saleh revenge game because the Jets fired him a couple years ago. By the way, they were correct to fire him. He's a terrible head coach. Seems to be a nice guy and is a objectively awesome defensive coordinator in the NFL. But he's a bad coach. And I don't think Cam Ward's got the goods. He was brutal last week in week 1 of the preseason. And I get it. It's just week 1 of the preseason. I understand that. But coming off of last year, which was, by any account, a pretty bad rookie season for Cam Ward, where I think we expected, even if the wins and losses weren't there necessarily, you expected some more from Cam Ward. You wanted him to at least be competent in that first preseason game. He didn't have to go, 4 for 4 with 4 touchdowns. That's not what it had to be. But you wanted like a certain level of competence from Cam Ward. I don't think you got it. And I'm worried about what the Tennessee Titans are going to be this year. And on the flip side, I think there's optimism for the Jets this year. And I wouldn't be shocked. You call me crazy, you will. I get it. I understand. And I can be wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron Glenn won Coach of the Year. After what happened last year, as bad as the Jets were, if the Jets win enough games this season that Aaron Glenn wins Coach of the Year, or at the very least is one of the finalists for Coach of the Year. And I'll make a guarantee right now for everybody. Last year, if you took the number of interceptions the Jets had as a team and multiplied it by 1 million, it would be 0. Seems impossible. Full season, 0 interceptions. Here's my guarantee for everybody. The Jets will pick off Cam Ward at least once in week 1. I don't need the points. Jets are going to beat the Titans in week 1. Gang Green starts 1-0. The Tennessee Titans in their sweet new Houston Oilers-inspired uniforms will start 0-1.
After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Maybe that was not the best time for me to let the song play without me talking. But either way, that was pretty good. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Talking a lot of baseball here this hour. Why I think the Mariners are the biggest disappointment of the entire 2026 season. Cal Raleigh, big dumper, one of the worst players in baseball, if not the worst. Honestly, one of the worst seasons in the history of Major League Baseball for a guy that hit 60 bombs last year. I mean, my God. And he said it. And look, I mean, and, you know, Cal Raleigh's getting paid a ton of money. So, you know, he got a contract extension before last year, 6 years, $105 million. So, I mean, the guy's making almost, you know, $20 million a year. I think he can handle me saying how bad he's been. He knows it. He said it. He goes, quote, "I'm awful. I've been awful." There is no defense. None. So I think they're going to fire their manager, Dan Wilson, barring a miracle run in September. Although, again, they do have arguably like the easiest schedule in all of baseball in September. So the way this season has gone, I tried to kill the Phillies. Look at where they're at. I killed the Red Sox when they fired Alex Cora. Look at where they're at. Third time's the charm. Let's get you a quick scoreboard update before we talk about another rough day at the office for Paul Skeens. Yankees and the O's. In a game that's got playoff implications not only in the AL East, but in that AL wildcard race. It's been a back-and-forth affair. Yankees led early 3-1. Orioles came back and tied it. And then in the eighth, infield single from George Lombard, the new young shortstop of the future for the Yankees. And then a wild pitch. Not great fundamentals from the O's and some good puck luck, if you will. I know that's a hockey term, but I'll call it here in baseball. Some puck luck for the Yankees has them up 5-3. In the bottom of the eighth. Let's get a quick update. The Mariners, by the way, I mentioned it last segment. They are beating the Brewers 7-2, so I guess a nice job of getting off the mat after they got pummeled yesterday 22-0. And in a corresponding game, the Astros are trailing the Angels 2-1. So honestly, that deficit in the AL West could be down to 3 if the Mariners hold on and win and the Astros lose. They are currently losing 2-1 to the Angels again in the bottom of the fourth. Yordan Alvarez, not only on MVP watch, but Triple Crown watch. 0-for-1 so far tonight for H-Town. Meanwhile, let's see if Shohei Ohtani's got any more fireworks planned tonight at Coors Field. It's 1-0 Dodgers in the bottom of the third. Shohei 0-for-2 with a couple of groundouts so far against Kyle Freeland. And we had some final scores earlier. Rays did hold on to beat the Blue Jays 7-6, so that doesn't help out the Yankees in the AL East, and it buries the Blue Jays a little bit further in that AL wildcard race. And then selfishly, I just want to see what is going on in the A's and Royals game. Those teams are dead and buried in terms of their playoff chances. But I did take Bobby Witt Jr. for Let's Go Streaking, and I'm looking to get to 7 in a row. Bobby Witt Jr. 0-for-3, but he's at the dish right now. And so this maybe would get another crack at it in the bottom of the ninth with the Royals down by 3 runs. The Royals would have to get at least a guy on base the rest of the game. So hopefully Bobby Witt Jr. can come through with a hit. And I know my guy Monty will keep me posted in the chat if he does end up getting a hit right here. 310-840-4910 if you want to get in on any of the hot storylines here in baseball, as we have less than 35 games to go for everybody across the major league circuit. Tough day at the office again for Paul Skeens. We touched on it earlier in the show, but I think it bears repeating. You know, we talk about brutal seasons. I mean, Cal Raleigh is having one of the worst seasons you could possibly imagine. Paul Skeens not quite there, but I just don't know anybody that would have predicted this happening. Touched on it in depth last week after he got pulled from a game against the Marlins after just 5 innings and only 65 pitches a game that he'd only given up one earned run. And the fastball velocity, it's strikingly down, which is kind of consistent with the trend from last year, where the fastball velo started to dip. But he still won the Cy Young Award. That's how dominant Paul Skeens was. This year, the fastball velo is down even more. He's averaging barely 96 miles an hour on his fastball this season, after averaging in his rookie season over 98 and hitting triple digits routinely. Paul Skeens he's struggling to hit 97 now on the gun. The Pirates gave him an extra 3 days of rest after that last start last week against the Marlins, and they're basically admitting he's fatigued. There is no injury. His ERA is up 2 full points from last year. The strikeout numbers are down. The walks are up. Again, you take away the name, and you're telling me a pitcher has a 3.95 ERA and they're in the top 10 in baseball in strikeouts, and 30 teams would say, yeah, sure, we'll take that guy as our number 2 or our number 3. Well, this is the reigning Cy Young Award winner. Along with Tarek Skubal, has been the best pitcher on the planet for the last 2 seasons. And so today, with 7 days of rest, at home against the Detroit Tigers, Paul Skeens didn't make it out of the 5th inning. 4 1/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. The fastball was again averaging 96 in the mid 96 miles an hour zone. The command, not great. The ERA now rises to 3.95. And I said it last week. And the fact that the Pirates won this game, by the way, 4-3. They came back, walked it off in the bottom of the 9th after Flores Jr. hit a home run, and then Brandon Lau walked it off. Rafael Flores Jr., by the way, had 2 home runs in this game. So all in all, pretty good day for Pirates fans. But like you see in your rearview mirror, or you see right in the front of the road in front of you, what is happening, what is transpiring this year with Paul Skeens, and it's tough to ignore. So Pirates fans sleeping happy tonight, but they're going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to be like, wait a minute, Paul Skeens, I didn't make it out of the 5th inning again. And they're in a tough dilemma. They really are. Because maybe you think, if you're an optimist, the optimist of all optimists, you think Paul Skeens could figure it out, even if the velocity doesn't rise the rest of this year. You think, well, the stuff is just too good. It's just too good. He's going, it's been a season long of struggle. But come on. Come on. Sooner or later, he's going to have to deliver a 7-inning, 1-run, 13 strikeout performance. It's coming, right? I don't think it is. And you can kind of hang on to the glimmer of hope that the Pirates have for the rest of this season. They're 5.5 games back of that final wild card spot, 63 and 66. They do have 4 teams they would have to jump over to get there. Their schedule not as kind as what the Seattle Mariners is. They start a 3-game set with the Dodgers this weekend, then go to San Diego after that. Softens a bit. The 3 series following that is against the Cardinals, Giants, and the Angels, but then they play the White Sox, the Cubs, and the Brewers to kick off the second week of September. So you can hang on to that glimmer of hope that the Pirates can be a playoff team, but if that is the only thing keeping the Pittsburgh Pirates from shutting down Paul Skeens for the year, give up hope before you cause further damage. Before you cause an injury that keeps him out of the entire 2027 season, before he hurts himself, before you have to hear those 2 words in the late, great pitcher that just passed away earlier this week, Tommy John. Because to me, the fact that he has been this mortal and the fastball velo has been down this much, and he has just looked physically exhausted for this long in the season, I think you're lucky that Paul Skeens hasn't gotten hurt yet. That he hasn't needed an IL stint. That feels like it's coming. if the Pirates continue to throw him out there. And I know they gave him an extra 3 days of rest. What good did it do? Nothing. You've exhausted all options to try to figure out in season how to fix Paul Skeens. You're out of options. You're out of cards to play. And so I know, again, there is the ultimate mystery as to what the 2027 baseball season looks like next year. Lockout. How many games do we miss? Do we have a season? Do we have baseball? That is no reason. Even if you think worst case scenario, there ain't going to be a baseball season next year. There ain't going to be There is no reason. There is no excuse as to why you would potentially risk the health, long-term health of your ace. And again, what a potential lockout could bring, salary cap, salary floor, maybe makes it cheaper to pay Paul Skeens a big fat contract. Because if there's a salary cap or a salary floor, you have to pay him, right? If you're the Pirates, you got to increase your payroll, but there's only so much you can spend. Instead of giving him a $500 million contract, maybe it's a $300 million contract, which is probably like what the top of the market for a starting pitcher would look like, depending on the years. On a per-year value, where Paul Skeens, you can make the argument before this year, he's worth $50 million a year. With a salary cap and or a salary floor, okay, like a top of the market, just how the quarterback market is defined in the NFL, starting pitching market would be defined in Major League Baseball. And if a salary cap is of $300 million or less, well, even the best starting pitchers, just like the best quarterbacks are making $60 million right now, the best starting pitchers, they're only going to make so much, no matter how good you are. And this sounds really devious, and I'm not suggesting this. But if Paul Skeens continues to pitch this year, and the velo doesn't change, and the ERA doesn't get better, very deep in the mind of Ben Cherington, the GM of the Pirates, is he maybe thinking to himself, hey, well, at least that makes a long-term contract extension a little bit more favorable for us if we are going to pay Paul Skeens, because he's kind of hurting that contract value. I wouldn't suggest the Pirates would keep running him out there solely for that, or part of the reason because of that. But it's not making a whole lot of sense to keep throwing him out there for the rest of this year, other than this false hope that you could be a playoff team. He's done. He's gassed. Try again in 2027. He doesn't have the answers either, Paul Skeens. Whether it's mechanically, whether it's a physical body issue. I know, again, some people were body shaming Paul Skeens for his day on the beach with Livy Dunn. And we've seen pitchers like Bartolo Colon in the history of this game. Come on. You're telling me Paul Skeens, the fact that he's got a little bit of a gut, a little bit of a dad bod, that's the reason why he can't throw 99 miles an hour anymore? Get real. Guy's 6'6", 260 pounds. That mass alone, that's plenty enough to throw 99, 100 miles an hour. But he doesn't have the answers. He's just flat out exhausted. Maybe his in-season regimen needs to get better. His in-season workout program, I don't know what it is. There's a ton of, they got to lift up the hood this offseason, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they got to take a long, hard look at how to keep Paul Skeens healthy, how to keep him fresh throughout the season. 310-840-4910, but they should start by shutting him down for the rest of the year. Today should be the last start he makes, because you tried extra rest and it didn't work. The velo didn't get better. The command worsened. The stuff wasn't good, and he didn't make it out of the fifth inning. And you're basically not letting him throw more than 85 pitches. So just shut him down. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you a baseball scoreboard update, and we've got a 3-team trade in the NBA that is definitely worth mentioning. So we'll bring you the details on it and what it means when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Penn State is a playoff team. I've bet them plus 360 to make the playoff. And I think that it's best described by this. Like the roster, like the moves with the coaching staff, love the schedule. The schedule is a joke. I mean, almost every game they're favored by 3 TDs. I mean, the toughest games, they host USC. They have to go to Washington. After that, that's it. I mean, literally the floor for Penn State in the schedule is 9 wins. That is borderline playoff. And if they win 2 of those 3 or 1 of those 3 that I mentioned, that's a 10-win team. It's automatically in the playoff. And I think what's important to know about D'Anton Lynn is the defensive, what he did at USC just did magician work. But when Lincoln Riley had defenses that were in the bottom 10, couldn't tackle, heavily penalized, just getting run over by everybody. Then D'Anton Lynn moves over from UCLA, and they're all of a sudden top 15 in tackling, top 15 in havoc. Like USC started producing legit defenses, and that's all him. And now he's at Penn State. Also, I wouldn't back a USC team that can't travel. Look at their record crossing 2 time zones or more. It's horrific. Lincoln Riley I don't know if he leaves the team. I don't know if they're flying red eyes across the nation. I don't know what's going on, but USC can't travel, and they have to go to the East Coast multiple times this year. So I'm out on the Trojans. I'm in on Penn State.
I think the Dolphins are going to beat the Raiders. Straight up. Cue the Travis Scott ad lib. Straight up. It's lit. I like Miami a lot here. Now, I think Miami will not be good this season. It's actually impossible for them to be good. The roster is atrocious. Remember what I said about the Texans a couple minutes ago? That Houston's defense, pending health, is too good to be bad. Like, it's not possible for them to be bad. The Miami Dolphins are the inverse of the Texans defense. It's not possible for them to be good. There's too many bad players still on this roster. And it's not by design. They don't want to be bad. But this is a situation that Jeff Hafley and company have found themselves in. Like the new regime in Miami. They don't have a chance this year. Like, the amount of dead money on this salary cap is stupid. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're paying Tua Tagovailoa about Jeff Bezos-style money to not play for them this year. Crazy. Like, they can't win. They can't win. But they can win this game. There's optimism around the Raiders. I share it. Especially when Fernando Mendoza gets in to the starting lineup. This defense stinks outside of Max Crosby. And my guess is Max Crosby does not end the year with the Raiders, that they will trade him at some point. They should trade him, and the Cowboys should be the team to trade for him. That's a story for another day. My big, bold prediction for this game, I think Miami is going to have 200-plus yards on the ground. 200-plus yards on the ground with Malik Willis and Devon Achane. I think there's volatility here. Now, volatility can mean that the Raiders win big. But I think there's also volatility for the Dolphins to potentially to win this game outright. So Miami plus the points, Miami to win on the road at the Raiders.
We're recording our ACC podcast tonight, and it's going to take everything inside of me not to say that they go 0-12. They're bad.
Wow.
Like they and the sentiment is not just me. Like I've been to a few media days, the Big 10 and the Big 12, and all of us, what is going on with this North Carolina program? And there's just bad decision after bad decision. The one stabling force is Steve Belichick, and he's out he hasn't been able to coach because of medical reasons. So not really sure the culture or what's going on with the players and the culture and not being able to produce. But Belichick does not have a grip on this roster like you would think that he does after his career in the NFL.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Combs took the words right out of my mouth. He put in our show chat, "Buzz it on a beat." First thing you always think of when I hear this song. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We got hot or cold coming up at the top of the hour, and Combs was off on Monday and Tuesday, so I know he's got a lot to say. We might even have Beef with Boyle make a return. There's a piece of hair just flew. I don't know if it flew off my face or my head. I don't have a whole lot of hair on my face. That must have come from my head. Hopefully it was a gray hair, because I'm starting to get them by the boatload. Not a fan. Although I do like the salt and peppered look. And that's my defense mechanism now, no matter what. I was at a birthday party over the weekend for one of my friends that I grew up with. And he just turned 30. He's got a kid, and he just bought a house. Good for him. He's got his life more together than I do. Although I am living with my girlfriend. And I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm starting to put a couple bucks away for, a little something. A little something. Thank you, Lee. Either way, so I was at a friend's birthday party over the weekend, and I see his dad. I haven't seen his dad in probably 10 years. And the first thing this guy says to me, I know he's busting balls, right? And so don't get me wrong. I took it with a grain of salt, and I'm mostly kidding about the interaction. But he goes, "Oh, Pat, got some gray hairs coming in." I was like, "I haven't seen you in like 10 years, man. That's the first thing you say to me? You jackass." I was like, "Oh, look at you." I was like, "Yeah, I'm learning from the best." Because he's like full, he's got like a full head of white hair now, probably like in his mid-60s. So that was funny. And my girlfriend, Corinne, she was there. She saved the day for me. She goes, "Don't worry, I like the salt and peppered look. It's very esteemed." And I was like, "Yeah." Like, "Thanks, babe. Thank you." But that has become the default defense mechanism for anybody that, you got some gray hairs coming in. And for us dudes, I feel like it's always right here on the sides. That's the first spot you get it. But whether you like it or not, it's just, hey, well, salt and pepper, it's mature. I look experienced. I look like a grizzled vet now. I look like I know what I'm talking about. When we post my takes on YouTube or on Instagram or on Twitter, if somebody thinks I'm a moron or a jackass now, at least they can't say, "Who is this young kid? Who is this freaking 20-year-old Zoomer? Doesn't know what he's talking about." At least they just say, "Look at this jackass. What does this guy know?" Because the gray hair, again, the little salt and pepper look, it's esteemed. It's a nice veteran look. So I'm rocking it. I thought about getting the Just for Men. I don't think I could do it. Combs says, "What's the salt and pepper look called for us with red hair?" Monty said, "Salt and paprika." That's good. Salt and paprika. Perfect. That's incredible. And look, full disclosure, I have dyed my hair before. I'm going to admit it. I'm not ashamed. I'll admit it. I've done it. I first started to get gray hair probably, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Not as prevalent as it is now, but the first sight of it, I was like, "Oh, God, I got to get rid of this. I can't look old." Right? I'm sure you've been there if you're listening along. If you're a little bit older, or if you're around the same age, you either started getting gray hair or you're starting to get the gray hair. Those commercials, man, they make it look so easy. Tom Brady makes it look so rewarding. And after that, then it's, let's get some Botox, right? Dude, Botox, that's in. That's cool. Tom Brady's cool. Tom Brady's worth $1 billion. Make him, look like a plastic doll. Because that's what chicks want. But no, so I did dye my hair like twice, like 2 years ago. And I think the first time I did it, I got the wrong color. And it did not look great. Not that it looked bad, but I think it was pretty noticeable. To the one point, like one day, it was like out in the daylight with the sun, and my one friend, he was like, "What's up with your hair?" I was like, "Nothing. Nothing at all. See you tomorrow in class, Ms. Vaughn." And he goes, "Did you dye your hair?" I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Maybe match the color of the rest of your head next time." I said, "All right, that's fair. That's probably fair." So ever since I tried it one more time and, did match the color of the head, but I don't know. It's too much upkeep. I'm not, what am I going to get somebody? I mean, I guess I can get my girlfriend to do it for me, but she doesn't want to do it. And I'm like, be honest, stop. Just don't say that if you don't mean it. She goes, "Honestly, I like the salt and pepper look. It's a good look on you. I don't want you looking like you're 25. I don't want you looking like that. Salt and pepper's hot, just like for the girls and the women out there that think the dad bods are hot. Maybe Livy Dunn thinks Paul Skeen's dad bod is hot. For the girls that like the salt and pepper, it's less work I got to do. It was it $20, $30 for a thing of Just for Men? It's probably more than that now. And inflation. And unless she was going to do it for me, what am I going to do it myself? Come on, that's too much. I don't have the time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, I don't want it to get too gray, but it's just enough on the sides. It hasn't really affected the top yet. I'll rock with it. And no offense to anybody out there that is rocking their Mr. Clean, but I'd rather be gray than bald. Although, you can pull off being bald. That's like a power move. That's your weapon. That becomes your ultimate weapon. It's like, wow, I lost my hair. Turns out I actually look better. Right? Imagine like the first guy that went bald. And they're like, what is happening to my hair? And I mean, I don't know what the earliest time. I'm just think about like the 1800s. Guys going bald. I can't imagine that was like a cool thing, right? I mean, for a lot of people, it's pretty embarrassing when you start to lose your hair. But imagine the first guy that like lost his hair and went bald and looked phenomenal. And he's like, "Hey, I don't have to get haircuts anymore. And I look better. I look tougher. I actually look intimidating." But again, I'd rather be gray than bald. I don't know what I would look like bald. I've picked my hair before when I was young, and I probably not a good look. Not a good look. Combs says Brad catching strays. Yeah, Brad is catching strays. I wasn't actually thinking of Brad in person. I don't know what Brad looks like with hair, so I can't compare it, but I'd rather be gray than bald. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get you that 3-team NBA trade coming up next, I promise. And we'll also do hot or cold when we return. We'll open up the phone lines for you. Anything you want to get in on the lines about 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Now, perhaps Brian Fleury, Theo's dad. That's not true. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. Brian Fleury, the new offensive coordinator of Seattle, who comes over from Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, perhaps he's able to make it like Clint Kubiak never left. And the Seahawks offense doesn't miss a beat. And this running game without Zach Charbonnet early in the season and Kenneth Walker can keep it rolling with rookie Jadarian Price and George Halani and Emmanuel Wilson. And Jackson Smith-Njigba picks off where he left off last year as the offensive player of the year. Maybe that all happens. But I think there's enough questions there to say, at a point spread like this, with a quarterback like I've got in Drake May on the other side, I'll take the points with the New England Patriots. I don't know if I'll be intrepid enough, gutsy enough, ballsy enough to take the Patriots to win outright in Seattle on banner night. But to lose by 3 or less feels to me like Seattle wins this one at the gun. Give me the Patriots plus 3.5. Now, just to say this, I'll say this maybe a couple times over the course of the show. I reserve the right to change my mind on these opinions if and when there are injuries, new information presents itself. But if we get to week 1 and things remain static, mostly the same, I think I'm going to roll with these opinions. New England plus the 3.5 week 1 in Seattle.
I love them so much in week 1 that I'm starting to get scared about how much I love them in week 1. Like, they need to win that game. Period. Borderline must win week 1.
Now, do you want it to be, does it matter if they win 24-23 on a last second field goal? Or, like, do you need this to be, like, a no-doubter?
I mean, listen, if they survive in advance, it's the NFL. So I will take 24-23 on a last second field goal and like be able to sleep that night. They lose 24-23 on a last second field goal, I'm going to have bloodshot eyes on first things first the next day. So there's a ton riding on that game. Carolina obviously looks pretty good down the stretch of the season. And the last time we saw them, they played the Rams very tough. And so I do think it is at least within the realm of possibilities that Carolina is better than we expect. But the Bears offense should be able to pretty much name their number against the Panthers defense. So I will be very surprised if that's not a 30-point output for the Bears.
Oregon is the team that I think is winning the national championship. And my criticism of Dan Lanning year after year after he's been there, because remember, he came from Kirby Smart. And I said, well, the second that Eugene is able to produce a defensive line that can play in the SEC, Oregon's going to be a real national title contender. But then they line up with guys like Kayvon Thibodeau. These guys are great pass rushers. Oregon's been able to produce that, but they've never been able to produce run stoppers. And now they are loaded in the 2 deep with guys that are just going to stuff everybody behind the line of scrimmage. Dan Lanning told me at Big Ten Media Days that this is the most experienced and most talented defensive line that he's ever had. And by the way, on the other side of the ball, you have best in class at running back that's deep, best in class at wide receiver with the Corian Moore leading the way. And then Dante Moore, who was, trying to avoid questions at media days about some sort of $55 million deal with the Jets that it was on his table. And he turned down going to the NFL, turned his phone off and went and golfed for a couple weeks. Dante Moore is back in college football only because of the Jets, I believe. So Oregon is best everywhere, except for maybe one spot. Their secondary can be challenged a little bit, but if you look at their schedule, I'm not sure who's going to get into that. The Big Ten's gone 3 straight. I think they go 4 straight, and Oregon's the team that does it.
All opinions, all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. 5th and final hour of this Wednesday night shindig, and it kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Final hour, open phone lines for you. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Talked a lot about Mark Walter and the messy looking details regarding his Dodgers ownership as he sold the Lakers just a year after owning them and is now reportedly looking to sell his shares in Chelsea in the Premier League. Looking to potentially get out of the Dodgers and Lakers TV deals for a lump sum cash. And he's currently under federal investigation by the Southern District of New York and the SEC for potential fraud. Yikes. What does this mean for the future of the Dodgers? Well, I mean, it's, in the realities that exist on this planet, in this world that we live in, there is a reality where he has to sell the Dodgers or is forced to sell the Dodgers because of legal trouble. So we were giving you all the easy to digest details around what's going on. And if the worst case scenario does come to fruition, what happens to the Dodgers and what happens to Shohei Ohtani, who, just so happens to have a clause in his contract that he can opt out if Mark Walter sells the team. So where could Shohei Ohtani potentially end up if he decides, well, that's $68 million a year that they owed me. You're telling me I might not be getting that? I'm out. Peace. Sayonara. So any of your calls, your questions on that, 310-840-4910. We deep dived into the NFC North. Talked to Tim Twentyman, who covers the Lions for Lions.com. Gave you a bunch of baseball updates. Talked about the Cowboys and the Saints brawling at practice with Brock Rechsteiner, the son of WWF/WWE/ECW legend Scott Steiner, German suplexing a Cowboys player at practice yesterday. Paul Skeens, another rough day at the office. The Mariners being the biggest disappointment in all of baseball this year, and so much more. So again, 310-840-4910. We're going to kick off the final hour with Hot or Cold in just a bit. But whenever he's got it, I'd like to take it. That didn't sound right. Whenever he's got it, I'd like to hear it. And that is beef with Boyle. And after 2 days on vacation, I know he's got a lot to say. Producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, what do you have beef with me for today?
Oh, when I have it, you're going to take it. And listen.
Please don't say that.
I have some beef with Boyle right now. And look, I've listened to a lot of stuff from you over, the course of the last, 8 months now, almost 9 months, and really kind of a little bit over a year. So, we did do the summer show last summer.
That's right.
But it almost seems like you're the troll of trolls when it comes to teams that I like. And it's like, it comes to a point where sometimes I'm like, man, does he really truly believe some of the things that are coming out of his mouth? Or is he just saying this just to really irk me?
Time out. Because I literally in March predicted that the Cubs are going to make it to the World Series. So I just want to remind you, I'm predicting your favorite baseball team and arguably your favorite team of all your sports is going to make the World Series. So I just want to remind you that.
I'll give you that. You did that one thing. You did that one thing. Kind of self-deprecating, but you did that one thing. I get it. I don't understand your love affair with Jordan Love and why you think a guy who's never even gotten one MVP vote in his career and whose numbers have gone down in the last 3 years, year after year after year, passing wise, why you think he's going to win an MVP. And at the same time, I heard come out of your mouth today that you believe that the Bears are going to win under 9.5 games this year. Like, I don't know. I don't understand the things that you say sometimes, because you like to come at me about Caleb Williams. And the first thing you always say about Caleb, oh my God, his completion percentage last year, 58% completion percentage, blah, 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 blah. So I went and did some digging. And I got a question for you. Jordan Love, who you believe is going to win the MVP, do you know what his completion percentage was in the fourth quarter last year when games were within 7 points?
Okay, so that's That's oddly specific. Well, it's not oddly specific. It's specific. So in the fourth quarter of games that are one possession games, I'm going to go ahead and guess by the fact that you're asking me that it's probably under 60%, although I would have guessed it was over 60%, if not 65.
58.4%. In the fourth quarter in his career, his completion percentage, 58.6%. But this is the guy that you think is going to win the NFL MVP over guys like Patrick Mahomes, over guys like Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and all of these other quarterbacks that, because this is a quarterback award, let's not, we're not going to pretend like it's not. The MVP is a quarterback award.
Mm-hmm.
And you think that Jordan Love is going to beat all of those guys playing the way that he plays when the game is on the line. And this is also why his head coach doesn't trust him, which I've told you time and time again. And then you get on the Bears side of things and you look at the Bears schedule and you see what the Bears have done under Ben Johnson, and you saw the growth within Caleb Williams throughout the entire season last season. By the way, beat Jordan Love in a playoff game as well. Knocked him out of the playoffs.
In a game where Jordan Love threw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns and no interceptions. But yes, go ahead.
Who won the game?
I know who won the game. But
okay.
don't act like Jordan Love played poorly.
That matters. It's all that matters is who won the game.
It's not all that matters.
He sent Jordan Love home. That's all I said. He sent Jordan Love home. The Bears sent Jordan Love home, did they not? And now you're the Bears are going to win less than 9.5. You're out of your mind. You are out of your ever-loving mind. You're right about one thing. There's a team in that division that's going to win less than 9.5 games. And it's the team that your beloved quarterback, who you think is going to win the MVP, that's the team that's going to win under 9.5 games. That's my beef with Boyle.
Okay. Let me just remind you of a couple of things. Most importantly, going into the game, where the Bears delivered a cheap shot on Jordan Love and concussed him and knocked him out of the game. Jordan Love went into that game third in the MVP odds in the National Football League, behind only Matthew Stafford and Drake May. That late into the season, Jordan Love, who you think is average, who you want to bring up his completion percentage in the fourth quarter, Jordan Love was third. I remember it distinctly because I remember talking about it on our show, because our show essentially started right around that time. It was the week after that game. Third in the MVP odds. I'm not saying he was going to win it, but he would have been a finalist if not for that concussion that then cost him the final 2 games of the regular season.
He's never gotten a vote in his career. Not one.
I'm letting you know. He was going to be a finalist if not for that concussion. Jordan Love had a mediocre offensive line at best last year. And by basically like every offensive line metric, they were in the bottom half of football. He's also had a receiving core that has never been able to stay healthy. And his tight end, who was having an all-pro caliber season, and Tucker Kraft, tore his ACL in week 7 of the season. So you tell me how many quarterbacks would have been successful losing that many weapons with a subpar offensive line, and you think Matt LaFleur doesn't trust Jordan Love. Maybe that's true, but I think Matt LaFleur is holding Jordan Love back because he is so obsessed with having a 50-50 balanced offense, and it's the reason they lost to the Bears, because Jordan Love was destroying the Bears' defense, and Matt LaFleur, we have to run the football every first down. We only got 2 yards? Oh, man, that's not good. We got a first down because Jordan Love made another awesome third down throw. All right, let's run the football again on first down.
Did you just hear what you just did? You just gave every excuse for every reason why you don't like Justin Herbert. You did the same thing for Jordan Love. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
And it's not that I don't like Justin Herbert, because I used to be a big Justin Herbert fan. I used to think he was going to win MVPs. Now I've moved on to Jordan Love. Jordan Love is now my guy.
You picked some winners, let me tell you.
Look, I think I pick quarterbacks that have all the potential and all the talent. I know there's a lot of people that can't quit Justin Herbert. My one friend, Pete Kennedy, he loves Justin Herbert. He thinks he's going to win the MVP this year. I know some friends that think the Chargers are going to win 13 games.
You remind me of my wife's girlfriend who just loves jerks and is still getting her heart broken at 40.
Yeah. Monty said Pat has a quarterback evaluation problem. I don't think I do. I think I identify the quarterbacks that have the best tools and the best weapons. Maybe I should be on the Chargers train this year. Maybe I should be. Because I got off the Justin Herbert train about a year and a half ago when I saw his meltdown of a performance in the postseason against Houston. I said, I won't be fooled again, not by Justin Herbert. And thank God I didn't.
Instead, I'll be fooled by Jordan Love.
And instead, I'll be how can you be fooled when the guy throws for 350 and 4 touchdowns in a playoff game? Not his fault they lost.
Pat, his passing numbers have decreased each of the last 3 seasons, though.
Combs, look at the injuries around him. I mean, I'm not just saying that. Now look, they've had a really good, not even really good. They've had a average, if not slightly above average run game with Josh Jacobs, who's a solid running back. And we'll see look, maybe if Josh Jacobs gets suspended for 4 to 6 to 8 games this year and the Packers have to throw the ball more, maybe that honestly works in my favor. Maybe that makes Jordan Love becoming an MVP candidate that much more doable. Because they're going to have to be forced to throw the football a ton because their running game is going to be mid at best. Yeah, so you want to point out, and look, I know and I'm not saying that the injuries aren't his fault or that they should be excuses as to why his numbers have looked pedestrian the last 2 years, but Jordan Love got hurt in week 1 in 2024 against the Eagles and missed 2 games, and then he got hurt with that concussion last year against the Bears and missed the final 2 games. So it's like, again, I know you're saying, he couldn't even get 3,500 yards. Couldn't even sniff more than 25 touchdowns. If he played a full 17-game season.
Once in his career, Pat.
Yeah, his first year as a starter. He threw for over 4,100 yards. Caleb Williams has never done that. And he threw for 32 touchdowns. And then he boat raced the Cowboys in the postseason and had a great first half against the Niners. How did the second half go? Not great. But great first half against the Niners in that playoff game. Like, I know you're a Bears fan, and I'm a Giants fan. So it's like I'm not a Packers fan or a Bears hater. This is just the opinion this is the side of the aisle that I happen to fall on. I think Jordan Love's going to be an MVP. I think the Packers are going to be great. And I think the Bears are going to take a step back. I'm sorry that collides with.
Don't do that.
Your deepest fandoms.
Don't do that. Don't. Oh, you're. I know you're a Bears fan. Don't diminish the argument because I'm a Bears fan. Because I'm. But
that's what you think. That's why you think I.
No, I'm the first person to tell people Aaron Rodgers is the top 3 quarterback of all time. I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. I can't stand the Packers. But I'll be honest when a team is good. Same way that I'm honest. As much as I hate the Milwaukee Brewers, we talk about me loving the Cubs so much, and you're right. And I hate the Milwaukee Brewers. But I'm sitting there and I'm honest about how, look, the way that this franchise is built and the way they keep winning games is astonishing. I'm honest when it comes to other teams. I'm honest when it comes to my teams. And I'm honest when it comes to quarterback evaluating. And when I look at Jordan Love and I see the things that Jordan Love does, sure, does he put up some numbers? Absolutely, 110%. He doesn't turn the ball over a ton. But when he does turn the ball over, it's usually in critical situations with really dumb decision-making. And in the fourth quarter, he is not good. When the game is on the line, he is not good, and he's never been good. And that's what I see from Jordan Love. The throws off the back foot, the stupid interceptions. Those are the things that drive me nuts about Jordan Love, and that is the prime reason why Jordan Love is never, and I will stand on this hill, never going to win an MVP. You're out of your mind. You're going to die on this hill, and it's fine because that's your take, and you think Jordan Love's going to win an MVP, but you're wrong. He's not. He's never been that guy. He's never going to be that guy. And this isn't because I dislike the Packers, because of course I dislike the Packers. I'm a Bears fan. But they had 30 straight years of otherworldly quarterback play. Jordan Love is not that. He's just not. And he's never been that. And that's why they run the ball in critical situations. That's why his head coach, who's a very smart head coach, by the way, probably one of the better head coaches in the NFL, does not trust his quarterback to not make the critical mistake in critical situations because he does it time and time again.
Combs, who's the reason the Packers lost that game? It took an incredible comeback by the Bears. Who's the reason the Packers lost?
In the playoffs?
Yes.
Caleb Williams is the reason they lost.
No. Matt LaFleur is the reason they lost.
No, Caleb Williams is the reason they lost. Caleb Williams made plays when he needed to make plays. Ben Johnson outcoached Matt LaFleur in that game. Yeah, absolutely, 110%. But Caleb Williams is the reason why the Packers lost that game, whether you want to admit it or not.
You don't give up 25 points in the fourth quarter. And your head coach is not to blame. I'm sorry.
Pat, you're in the playoffs. And now, if you want to tell me that giving up 25 points in the fourth quarter and is to put on the head coach, that's fine. I'm going to put it on the players. I'm going to put it on because the head coach is getting you prepared throughout the week. The head coach is doing, and sure, to a certain extent, play calling and all of that stuff, you want to put that on the head coach? Sure. I'm not putting that on the head coach. I'm putting that on the players. Make plays. And not only that, you're Jordan Love. It's not like the Bears score. It's not like you're playing backyard rules where it's, hey, if we score, we get ball back. That's not what happens. The Packers get an opportunity. Packers get the ball back. Sustain a drive. If you're Jordan Love and you're so damn good, sustain a drive. Get a couple of first downs. Run the clock.
Well, they did. They scored a touchdown to go up by 11. Bears answered, got it to 27-24. Packers get to the red zone, and after throwing the football had worked all drive long, they get to 1st and 10 inside the red zone. Matt LaFleur couldn't wait to run the football. They get nothing. Then they take a shot to the end zone, which I thought was stupid, and you could blame that on Jordan Love or on Matt LaFleur, but I mean, at that point, I would throw a screen or throw something short to keep the clock running and also just to mix it up and throw the football. And then they take a delay a game as an offense on 3rd down, and then they missed the field goal. It was a chip shot field goal, which then opened the door for the Bears touchdown to go ahead. And then the Packers get down to the red zone again, and on the final play, you have bad memory because you thought it was Jordan Love's problem when it wasn't, that final play that they lose on. And so they got to the red zone 3 straight possessions and scored 7 points. And that was it.
I can name you 7 quarterbacks in the league right now that don't lose that football game.
Well,
with Matt LaFleur as the head coach.
With Matt LaFleur as the head coach, 7 quarterbacks?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. Josh Allen doesn't lose that game. Patrick Mahomes doesn't lose that game. I mean, there are players that make plays when it's crunch time. Jordan Love just doesn't do that. And that is my biggest problem with Jordan Love. I think the kid's got talent. I think the kid's got arm strength. I just don't think he has the mental makeup when the game is on the line, when it comes to crunch time. I don't think he is capable of making that play. And I've never thought that about him. I think he puts up stats. I think he puts up numbers. But that's all that he is.
And it's funny that you mention that. Because Jordan Love had 5 fourth-inning drives last season alone. Including, you would think you would remember this one when the Packers played the Bears the first time in December.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Love led a game-winning drive. I would think maybe that one would stick with you a little bit more than anything else.
He's got plenty of fourth quarter comebacks. But what you fail to look at is the overall body of work. 63 for 108 in pass attempts. 6.6 yards per attempt in the fourth quarter.
How many of those are
89
throwaways,
passer
Combs?
rating in the fourth quarter last year.
How many of those incompletions are throwaways? Because you
Well,
love to
you'd have
use that
to look at
argument
his
for Caleb
adjusted.
Williams.
You want to look at his adjusted completion percentage in the fourth quarter last year? I could look up his adjusted completion percentage in the fourth quarter. Absolutely. I'll get that number for you right now because I guarantee you it's not going to get that much better.
If you could find that stat in the next 10 seconds, that'd be pretty impressive. I got to give you that.
61%.
All right, so a little bit better.
It goes up 3 percentage points. That's
Combs, we have a
guy in
caller.
the fourth quarter.
We have a caller in Chicago that wants to weigh in on why the Packers lost that game in the playoffs last year. Let's get to Mike in Chicago.
I talked to you.
Which, by the way, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Mike, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I talked to you, I think, last week sometime, and I asked you where the Packers fit in that division, and you said they were going to win it, and Jordan Love was going to be up for MVP. I'm feeling the same. I think LaFleur is going to take the reins off of him this year, and I think that's one of the reasons why they brought him back, because I don't think he should have retained his job after blowing the playoff game. But for the simple fact is, I think they lost the playoff game is because they had a faulty place kicker. He missed 2 field goals, and then he misses the extra point when Love throws the game ahead. He threw the touchdown pass to goal, and the Packers were winning at that time. And then he goes and he misses the extra point, and then on the Packers' final drive, they're down 4, which they should have been down 3. He missed the field goal at the end of the first half when they called the timeout, right? And then he had a second chance, and then he missed it on the second chance. But he should have made that because he should have known which way the wind was blowing at that time. And then he missed a 44-yarder. He pushed it severely right. And then he goes and blows the extra point when the Packers go ahead on a go-ahead touchdown pass to goal. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's going to be in the MVP race, because they're going to use Golden more, which they should have used him more last year. So in my estimation, yeah, they gave up 25 points. They could have gave up that 25 points, but if they had a good place kicker, they would have won the game 34-31. So I mean, there's a lot of ifs why they lost the game. I mean, they go in at half. They should have won in half up 24-3 instead of 21-3. I mean, it's the little
Mike.
things that lose playoff games sometimes.
Good stuff, Mike. Great call. Great call. You know, you forget just how bad Brandon McManus was in that playoff game and how you can kind of see that coming. And I know that Soldier Field in January ain't an easy place to kick for sure. But look, that's why they have a rookie kicker now, and Trey Smack. You don't got to worry about that. Trey Smack hit a 58 freaking yarder in the first game of preseason. I'm promising you, Combs, you got to worry about Trey Smack in January. That'll be your worst nightmare if it's Packers, Bears in a playoff game in January. Trey Smack rolls onto the field. That's an automatic 3 points. I'll tell you that right now. So, yeah, 310-840-4910. That's part of the reason why. Add on to all the other things that were completely not Jordan Love's fault. We've got some other texts, by the way, here. We got a 619 number texting in saying, I told you, it's Pat's retirement plan. Packers winning 6 games maximum this year. No Parsons, and he's not going to be there until at least 2 games after the Cowboys, and it's back. And if it's back, he'll just get injured again. What does that mean, Pat's retirement plan?
He's saying you bet a lot of money on the Packers and Jordan Love to win an MVP.
Well, there's another text we got to get to that makes sense, but okay. Yeah, because then the same number texted in again and said it's probably because he bet thousands of dollars on him to win MVP, so he's trying to will it to happen. First of all, who do you think I am that I have thousands of dollars to place on a season-long MVP future? Thousands of dollars? I mean, I can understand if it's like $100, and I haven't even placed a wager on who's going to win MVP. And when I do on Jordan Love, it's going to be like $10 because it's a season-long future. I mean, I don't know. But no, that is absolutely
You put
not the reason
$1,000
why.
on that. I want to know why I'm only getting $10 if Reckenstein makes a roster.
Exactly. Monty says Pat is secretly Mark Walter. No, I promise you guys, I wouldn't be doing this radio show if I was Mark Walter or if I had Mark Walter money. I'd be on a yacht with my girlfriend, Sydney Sweeney, with the girl of choice, or girl's choice.
So you do this for the money and not the love of the game, huh?
I do it for the love of the game, Combs. I would still be doing this show. Don't you worry. All right, we got to get to a break. 310-840-4910. We'll get to hot or cold when we come back. We'll see if more fireworks fly. It's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44, and you can get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So we have a Melbourne, Australia game, Thursday, September 10th. You can do this. I just despise the fact that it's a gigantic division game with two potential Super Bowl teams, with the Niners and the Rams. Like, these games should be played in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So you want to have a game in Melbourne? Good day, mate. I understand. Put a couple shrimp on the Barbie, watch some American football. I get it. Shout out to Dumb and Dumber. But I hate that it's the Rams and the 49ers in the game. But alas, it is. So now we stop bitching and we start handicapping. The Rams, 3.5-point favorites, total of the game, 48.5. And this point spread went up when Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. And presumably there will be a bump if and when, and I think it's likely to be when, Aaron Donald decides to unretire and joins the Los Angeles Rams defense. And there's so much buzz, deservedly so, around the LA Rams. I'm not going to do like the debate show trope where it's like, well, let me tell you why actually getting Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald is bad for the LA Rams. Like, it's not bad. And let's leave Donald alone for a second. Getting Myles Garrett is spectacular. He's the best defensive player in the league. Set the sack record. Defensive player of the year. And by virtue of having Myles Garrett, and I said this when they made the trade for him, you know, so much praise is heaped on Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, and Puka Nacua and this Rams offense. And you get it, right? We're in a fantasy football world, myself included. So Puka excites you, and Devontae excites you, and Kyron Williams excites you. And if you're a sicko like me, Terrence Ferguson excites you, right? But if you asked me, hey, Nick, which Rams unit do you feel better about this year? Offense or defense? It's the defense, and it's not close. You can poke some holes in the Rams' offense. I don't think they've got any speed. I don't like the two offensive tackles, Alaric Jackson and Warren McClendon. You can't really poke many holes in this Rams defense. The defensive line is absolutely loaded with Myles Garrett and Fisk and Young and Turner. It's insane, and wait until Aaron Donald joins the mix if that happens. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson coming over at corner from the Kansas City Chiefs, one in a trade, one in a signing. Like, this is good stuff for Chris Shula and the LA Rams defense. And I think in most games, against most coaches and most play callers and most schemers, the Rams are going to be able, they are going to know, based on the way you are protecting, exactly what you're doing on offense before the play is called. Think about that for a second. Because I think when we try and go through in our heads like schematic advantages in the NFL, we go to like Ben Johnson with the Bears and how he's going to destroy your defense and set you up to do something. I think the Rams' main schematic advantage this year is going to be defensively. They're going to know what you've got planned for that play based on how you're looking to block Myles Garrett and the other players on. Wait till Aaron Donald joins. So they're going to have the advantage over almost every team in the league. Maybe, except this one. With this coach. With Kyle Shanahan. And, the Niners are always the walking wounded. Mike Evans is in and out of practice. Christian McCaffrey's in and out of practice to the point that Kyle Shanahan has to address it yesterday, saying if this were, a regular practice, he'd be out there. Doesn't think it has anything to do with his contract. I don't believe him, but just saying. Ricky Pearsall's out for the year. Even Kyle Shanahan himself is banged up after his car accident a little over a month ago. And because of that, you should all be ashamed. Because you're sleeping on this team and this coach. Kyle Shanahan, if you had to trust any coach, I guess you could maybe say Ben Johnson. Maybe you want to throw Andy Reid out there. I kind of think Andy's lost his fastball a little bit. So maybe you want to say Ben Johnson. Kyle Shanahan, for me, is the easy answer. Which coach do you trust to throw the Sean McVay defense, the Chris Shula defense with Myles Garrett and company off balance? It would be Shanahan. And yeah, like the Niners have some injury woes at the moment. It's August 19th. Now look, we get there to Melbourne, Australia, week 1, and the Niners are the walking wounded, I might feel a little differently. But as it stands right now, I don't even need the points. I'll take them, but I don't need them. I think the San Francisco 49ers walk into Melbourne as the underdog and walk out 1-0, beating the LA Rams in both teams' season opener.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. The big NFL news of the night has now become the new contract extension Vita Vea has gotten from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which felt like that was a must-have. They needed to get that done. I'm still going to criticize GM Jason Light for failing to get a contract extension done with Baker Mayfield, but there's a positive sign for the Buccaneers. I still don't think they're going to be a playoff team. And again, not because I don't think Baker and the offense are going to be good. I think Baker's going to be great. I think he's going to be awesome. Love me some Baker Mayfield. But I just don't believe in that defense. I don't. So maybe I'll be one of the morons that when Baker Mayfield said, we told you we're going to shock a lot of people writing us off, a lot of radio hosts, a lot of talking heads, that Pat Boyle. 310-840-4910. We'll get you some baseball scores in just a bit, but let's get to some hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, what's going on?
Oh, it's a little bit of yelling at you. My favorite thing to do on a Wednesday night, on a Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday.
Any day that ends at Y.
Yeah, pretty much. But let's start here. Hot or cold? If Mark Walter is guilty of these accusations, this is the biggest scandal in sports all time.
Of all time, I mean, geez. I don't know if anything will ever top the Astros cheating. That's probably always going to be right up there at the top of the list. Everybody always mentions this. I wonder what it would be like to be alive in 1919 when the Black Sox literally threw the World Series. I can't, and we've had some big time scandals. I mean, the steroid era in baseball, you could just encapsulate that like entire 10 years as one of the biggest scandals. Lance Armstrong. For me, it'll always be the Astros sign stealing, the trash cans. This would be a big scandal if the owner of not only the Dodgers, but for a short time, the Lakers, the Sparks, the Chelsea, several other teams, one of the richest owners in all of sports ends up, again, if he's guilty, ends up going to prison for tax fraud. And that was part of the reason why the Dodgers could afford all these, or, make all these contracts and their TV deal, which is such a sweetheart deal for them. I mean, yeah, it'll be up there. I don't know if it'll be the biggest sports scandal of all time, though. So I'll say cold. But, again, this is certainly doesn't look like it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, to me, 1919 is worse than 2017, right? Like, to me, 1990, because the White Sox threw the World Series. At least the Astros cheated to win. The White Sox took money in order to lose a World Series. I think that this is probably bigger than all of that, though, because what you're talking about is like voiding contracts. What you're talking about is getting players and putting out contracts that you knowingly are not able to afford, winning titles with them, and then these players not getting played. And one of those players just happens to be a player that a lot of people are talking about as being the greatest of all time. And then this could change the entire landscape. What you've done could be changing the entire landscape of baseball with a lockout because so many owners hate what you're doing. So many owners can't do what you're doing, apparently. And all of that, you did it knowing that you couldn't do it. like financially and physically could not do it and come through on some of the things that you were doing. Look, I've backed the Dodgers. I've said the teams, the reason why people are so mad at the Dodgers is because we want our organizations to be the Dodgers.
Absolutely.
And instead, now you're going to come and find out if all of this is true, which I just don't understand how all of the information that's out there could be out there if it wasn't true. And this happens, and you have to void these contracts. And baseball's going to have a lockout, and you're going to be changing to me, this is it completely alters baseball. It alters the game. I don't think there's ever been anything bigger than this if all of this is true and if all of it ends up the way that it ends up.
Yeah. And, again, we posed this question in the beginning of the show. How does this affect the seat at the table that the Dodgers will have when there are negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement? And if there is a potential lockout, because for the last year and a half, everybody, right, Combs, it's like, oh, the Dodgers are going to be the reason why there's a lockout. The Dodgers are ruining baseball. Well, now if their owner is potentially guilty of tax fraud and he's going to be forced to sell the team, again, if he's found guilty of, or if this federal investigation finds him guilty of some serious stuff, who is going to sit in that owner's seat when it comes time to discuss a collective bargaining agreement? And that make it more or less likely that we have a salary cap? Would it make it more or less likely to rule out deferred contracts? So, yeah, this is not only affecting next year, this could be affecting the foreseeable future of baseball. And I think just in terms of how it could affect the Dodgers, it won't be great. And it could result in Shohei Ohtani saying, I'm out. See ya.
I think that's a great question too, Pat, that you just, what does this do for the landscape of deferred contracts? With the power of the Major League Baseball Players Association, if this thing happens and these contracts get voided and these guys don't make their money, there will never be another deferred contract in the history of baseball. The Players Union will never allow it. You're going to give Shohei Ohtani $700 million? Okay. But you're going to give that to him throughout the course of his career. Nothing's going to be paid afterwards. You will never see, if this happens, you will never see another deferred contract in Major League Baseball. I guarantee you, because the Players Union won't allow it.
And because imagine thinking that the Dodgers would ever have any trouble paying these contracts back. And then something like this pops up.
Yeah. It really does. This completely alters the landscape, not only of baseball, but what we thought that these negotiations were going to be in December. It changes all of that because now, not only do the players, do they not want a cap or a floor, but now they have a whole nother reason, which they already don't trust the owners. Now they have so much more leverage and reasons to not trust the owners. This screws the owners in negotiations. If everything comes to light and this is actually true, and if these players aren't getting paid, man, this is it. it's going to be interesting to watch. Very interesting to watch.
All right, Combs, you want to hit one more hot or cold here?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I said this. I tweeted it out yesterday, and I said it in one of my platforms that I'm on. If you fight at a sporting event, you're a loser. Hot or cold?
Hot. And I detailed the fisticuffs that happened last night or Monday night in the Cubs, and I'm sure there was probably more fisticuffs last night as well. But the fisticuffs that went viral on Monday night between the Cubs and the White Sox, where one dude in the Cubs jersey really just had a storm of fists raining down upon him, bloody face. It was really, really bad. Yeah, you're a loser. You either can't control your alcohol, or you make the rest of us diehard sports fans look like barbaric animals because we all take sports too seriously, right? That's why we're sports fans. That's why you're listening to this show. That's why that's why we're sports fans. There's nothing else to say than that. But if you ever let it get to a point where you can't behave yourself in a physical setting, that you would actually fight somebody, throw punches, get into fights, get kicked out of a game, possibly get arrested, yeah, you're a loser. In every sense of the word. And you are setting a horrible example for future generations.
Yeah, look, you're not only did that Cubs fan have a rain of fists coming down on him, but he started the whole damn thing. I watched the video from the fan. Not only that, he was pushing people that were helping him, like his friends. He pushed them at the Sox fans. Like, I don't know what was going on. Look, there's just so much stupidity that goes on with it. And if you can't handle your liquor or whatever the case is, and you go into a sporting event and you're trying to fight over your team and do all of this stuff, you're a loser. You just are. There's no need for it. It doesn't make you look cool. It makes you look like a buffoon. Not only that, now you're getting arrested. You're going to have to pay a fine. You're going to have to go to court. You're going to it's dumb. It is beyond dumb, and it makes you a loser. I'm sorry, it just does.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We do not glorify violence. Although, again, Combs, I was saying last night.
I love the UFC.
Well, yeah, you love the UFC. I also I couldn't stop watching that video of that fight.
Yeah.
And that's just like.
And last night there were no fights, by the way. During the rain delay, Sox fans and Cubs fans all got in a group behind home plate. They were taking off their shirts like the Tarps Off crew, chanting Green Bay sucks. So last night was a kumbaya moment.
Nice. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll finish up with that there's now a 5-team NBA trade, and a team in the Eastern Conference just got legitimately better, and they're a title contender. We'll explain what, why. We'll take your calls and your texts on it when we return. 310-840-4910. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, I've liked them for months. I've been saying for months that I think the Texans have the upside to go to the Super Bowl. Certainly the upside to play on Championship Sunday. Now it seems like it's en vogue that everybody loves the Texans. And I'm not insinuating that people are parroting what I'm saying, but I guess it was a little more obvious than I thought. That if you take this defense, right, which, assuming health, and you could say this about any team, right? If injury strikes, they're in trouble. But if the Texans defense is going to be healthy, like they are going to be a top 3 defense in the league, it's almost impossible for them not to be. They have the best players. So if they're healthy, they are going to dominate defensively. And if that's true, and I believe it is, then all C.J. Stroud has to be is average, and they're going to win a ton of games. I don't need C.J. Stroud to be Warren Moon. I don't need him to be Pat Mahomes. I don't need him to be Josh Allen. I don't even need him to be rookie season C.J. Stroud for this to all come to fruition. I need him to not suck, which he did at points at the end of last year. And if that's true, and he doesn't suck, How are the Texans not winning 11 or 12 games, 13 games this year? My sense is, given Josh Allen's foibles in Houston against the Texans, and we even alluded to it, Danny and I did, in one of the Josh Allen playoff losses, which was his first playoff game, which was on the road in Houston, in Allen's second season, when the Texans won by 3 in overtime, and then the next week, if you'll recall, they went up, Deshaun Watson and Houston did, 21-0 on the road in Kansas City against the Chiefs before the Chiefs scored like 55 unanswered points, and I'm only exaggerating by a little bit. So Josh Allen, Houston has kind of been a house of horrors for Josh Allen. My guess is a lot of people are going to like the Texans in week 1 because of that. Well, look at Josh Allen against the Texans defense, right? A lot of people love the Texans this year. Houston's at home. Price of the game is basically pick the winner. Makes me nervous. It's being branded as like the Robert Saleh revenge game because the Jets fired him a couple years ago. By the way, they were correct to fire him. He's a terrible head coach. Seems to be a nice guy and is a objectively awesome defensive coordinator in the NFL. But he's a bad coach. And I don't think Cam Ward's got the goods. He was brutal last week in week 1 of the preseason. And I get it. It's just week 1 of the preseason. I understand that. But coming off of last year, which was, by any account, a pretty bad rookie season for Cam Ward, where I think we expected, even if the wins and losses weren't there necessarily, you expected some more from Cam Ward. You wanted him to at least be competent in that first preseason game. He didn't have to go, 4 for 4 with 4 touchdowns. That's not what it had to be. But you wanted like a certain level of competence from Cam Ward. I don't think you got it. And I'm worried about what the Tennessee Titans are going to be this year. And on the flip side, I think there's optimism for the Jets this year. And I wouldn't be shocked. You call me crazy, you will. I get it. I understand. And I can be wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron Glenn won Coach of the Year. After what happened last year, as bad as the Jets were, if the Jets win enough games this season that Aaron Glenn wins Coach of the Year, or at the very least is one of the finalists for Coach of the Year. And I'll make a guarantee right now for everybody. Last year, if you took the number of interceptions the Jets had as a team and multiplied it by 1 million, it would be 0. Seems impossible. Full season, 0 interceptions. Here's my guarantee for everybody. The Jets will pick off Cam Ward at least once in week 1. I don't need the points. Jets are going to beat the Titans in week 1. Gang Green starts 1-0. The Tennessee Titans in their sweet new Houston Oilers-inspired uniforms will start 0-1.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes here. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Linnell Willingham, Josh Graham, the dynamic duo teaming up together at the top of the hour when we turn things over to Westwood One Sports Night, so make sure you keep it locked here. But until then, I got you answering your questions here for a final couple of minutes. And we did have an NBA trade tonight, and it's a decent one. Decently sized one, 3-team trade. Well, actually, it becomes a 5-team trade with some moves that were made last week, but here is the crux of it. Cavs, Nuggets, and the Clippers all agreeing on a trade, and the main centerpiece is Peyton Watson goes from the Nuggets to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Max Strus goes from the Cavs to the Clippers, And the Denver Nuggets get an unprotected first-round pick in 2031 from the Cavaliers, and they get the Kings' second-round pick from 2032, which I believe the Cavs owned. But they get a first-round pick, granted 5 years from now. The Nuggets had to trade, well, didn't have to trade Peyton Watson, but they traded him because, again, they're paying Nikola Jokic, they're paying Jamal Murray, they're paying Aaron Gordon, they're paying Christian Brown. They got a lot of guys. They do not have enough room to give Peyton Watson a brand new contract, who then, by the way, is signing a 4-year, $88 million deal with a player option to join the Cavaliers. So Peyton Watson gets paid, and he's now going to become the fourth best player on the Cavs, the fifth best player on the Cavaliers, probably in that starting lineup. If not, their sixth man coming off the bench who's going to play significant minutes. This is a good deal for the Cavaliers. So Peyton Watson averaged a career high in points, rebounds, and assists per game last year. 14.5 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, over 2 assists, over a block, and nearly 1 steal per game. He's a 6'8" guard. And he shot 41% from deep. Peyton Watson in his first 2 years in Denver just couldn't find the opportunity to get the playing time and wasn't playing in the playoffs. Last year played a bunch more, but again, didn't become a big factor in the playoffs for the Denver Nuggets, and they got knocked out in the second round by the Thunder. And then this past year, with a lot of the injuries that Denver had early on in the season, Peyton Watson was getting some significant playing time, and he delivered. And then he had a hamstring strain towards the end of the year that really kind of disrupted what was turning into an awesome season. He's a great young player. He's 23 years old. They got him after his freshman year from UCLA out of the draft. Came into the NBA at 19. He's 23. It's a solid player that the Cavs are getting. This kind of pisses me off as a Knicks fan. But he's a solid player. Real solid player. And we got somebody texting in, 614 number, that says, thoughts on the Peyton Watson trade? I think the Cavs are a legit contender now. What the hell is Denver doing? Well, again, the Nuggets couldn't afford to pay him. So they're going to end up losing him after next year for nothing. They're already paying their 4 best players a boatload of money. They couldn't afford to pay him. Tough casualty to take. But, you know, they unless you think Peyton Watson was going to become better than Aaron Gordon or Christian Brown, they already paid Christian Brown last year. They weren't going to move on from him. So, and Peyton Watson, by the way, ranks second in the NBA in field goals contested. Now, let me reword this. He ranks second in field goal percentage allowed as the contesting defender since entering the league in 2023. So, like, outside of centers, obviously, like, guards that contest shots, he's like the second best shot contesting guard / defender in the NBA in terms of that stat. He's a solid player. The Cavs got much better. They got much better because of this. The Clippers are getting Max Strus. Again, that's essentially just a salary for them to tank. The Clippers are going to be god-awful. And the Nuggets, they couldn't pay him, and I thought they would maybe get a much more immediate first-round draft pick, but they get it in 2031. So, look, this is a great deal for the Cavaliers. Cleveland should be very happy. Finally, Jane in Tucson texts in, because Combs and I were talking about people that fight at games, at sporting events, and she said, what about players who fight, like Dallas Cowboys in their practice with New Orleans? One guy swung a helmet at the head of a player not wearing one. Yeah, not smart. Not great. They're also losers, but they're making millions of dollars. Well, some of them. All right, fun show. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to everybody that called in and texted in. Keep up with me on Twitter and on Instagram at PatBoyle44. Thanks to video producer Michael Montgomery. Monty. Thanks to our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We're back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
This is
Penn State is a playoff team. I've bet them plus 360 to make the playoff. And I think that it's best described by this. Like the roster, like the moves with the coaching staff, love the schedule. The schedule is a joke. I mean, almost every game they're favored by 3 TDs. I mean, the toughest games, they host USC. They have to go to Washington. After that, that's it. I literally, the floor for Penn State in the schedule is 9 wins. That is borderline playoff. And if they win 2 of those 3 or 1 of those 3 that I mentioned, that's a 10-win team. It's automatically in the playoff. And I think what's important to know about D'Anton Lynn is the defensive, what he did at USC just did magician work. But when Lincoln Riley had defenses that were in the bottom 10, couldn't tackle, heavily penalized, just getting run over by everybody. Then D'Anton Lynn moves over from UCLA, and they're all of a sudden top 15 in tackling, top 15 in havoc. Like USC started producing legit defenses, and that's all him. And now he's at Penn State. Also, I wouldn't back a USC team that can't travel. Look at their record crossing 2 time zones or more. It's horrific. Lincoln Riley I don't know if he leaves the team. I don't know if they're flying red eyes across the nation. I don't know what's going on, but USC can't travel, and they have to go to the East Coast multiple times this year. So I'm out on the Trojans. I'm in on Penn State.
I think the Dolphins are going to beat the Raiders. Straight up. Cue the Travis Scott ad lib. Straight up. It's lit. I like Miami a lot here. Now, I think Miami will not be good this season. It's actually impossible for them to be good. The roster is atrocious. Remember what I said about the Texans a couple minutes ago? That Houston's defense, pending health, is too good to be bad. Like, it's not possible for them to be bad. The Miami Dolphins are the inverse of the Texans defense. It's not possible for them to be good. There's too many bad players still on this roster. And it's not by design. They don't want to be bad. But this is a situation that Jeff Hafley and company have found themselves in. Like the new regime in Miami. They don't have a chance this year. Like, the amount of dead money on this salary cap is stupid. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're paying Tua Tagovailoa about Jeff Bezos style money to not play for them this year. Crazy. Like, they can't win. They can't win. But they can win this game. There's optimism around the Raiders. I share it. Especially when Fernando Mendoza gets in to the starting lineup. This defense stinks outside of Max Crosby. And my guess is Max Crosby does not end the year with the Raiders, that they will trade him at some point. They should trade him, and the Cowboys should be the team to trade for him. That's a story for another day. My big, bold prediction for this game, I think Miami is going to have 200-plus yards on the ground. 200-plus yards on the ground with Malik Willis and Devon Achane. I think there's volatility here. Now, volatility can mean that the Raiders win big. But I think there's also volatility for the Dolphins to potentially to win this game outright. So Miami plus the points, Miami to win on the road at the Raiders.
We're recording our ACC podcast tonight, and it's going to take everything inside of me not to say that they go 0-12. They're bad.
Wow.
Like they and the sentiment is not just me. Like I've been to a few media days, the Big 10 and the Big 12, and all of us, what is going on with this North Carolina program? And